And welcome back to Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, the Witch Hunters. Last session, they had dived into the trash chute, overcome a strange revolving door puzzle, and brought Ember to the Night Hags, Mathilda Mudwaller, Dreldy Toe Stealer, and they were going to help reach inside his mind and make sure that he was not going to be taken over by Dr. Gerolf or even Ludwig, the two mad scientists that now have been effectively like inceptioned into your brain. But there was a little bit of a back and forth negotiation with the Night Hags. They asked that you go to the library and retrieve a book for them, and they'll happily help you do this. So, yeah, telepathic bond forged between you three. So, whilst there, you uncovered a few secrets in this strange transitioning world. Ember's inner thoughts, perhaps even his repressed emotions, lay here. And as you kind of flicker through scene after scene, you actually aided him through several situations and perhaps emotional traumas. And finally, you came to this kind of courtroom scene where you had to convince the jury that Grizz's actually biological father is no longer alive, and therefore he can't be held as an ownership. He can't be a creation or a servant of Dr. Geralt's. He doesn't belong to anyone. And with that, the gavel fell, and your two mad scientists are now locked away within a similar cage of their own design, deep within the recesses of your mind, Ember. And you also had this vision of Grizz. There was, well, not Grizz, but rather his forefathers, his ancestors, a Titan on the battlefield of the Clawed Coast. There his sword and bones now lie in the Forgotten Sands of the Camel Hump Dunes. So, with that, you guys finished that little scene inside his mind, but you're still there. You haven't yet unplugged, so to speak, from his. Yeah, you'll get to know those sometime. But I think actually, Ember, you do know those. The Camel Hump Dunes are an expanse where the bloody battles of the Clawed Coast took place. There's still the stench of death in that place, and it's not somewhere people tend to try and go to. But you have to if you want to traverse to some cities or even ruins. But yeah, there's still like weapons strewn around the battlefield. Anyway, yeah. So you guys still inside his mind. What's after the court scene? After everyone like filters out.
Yeah, so we've
What?
obviously one of the last things we did was, well, last things I did in particular was to basically alter the dreams slightly. So not only were the personalities or whatever of Geralt and Ludwig sealed away, they were also, what's the word? Any memories they had in relation to Grizz were also the property of Ember, so he now owns those memories, so should have access to them in theory. Um, but so Herodotus will probably look to Tanner and be like, "Well, it's not often we get to explore another's dreams, and it's already been a little bit strange, but
Oh, fuck.
feel like digging a little deeper?"
Fuck you, James.
I I'm not
I hate
entirely
you.
sure if I feel comfortable with that.
Well, I was
Do,
thinking more
do it, do
if
it.
you're meant to be his grand vizier in the future, etc., then it might be worthwhile using his dreams and him or and his impressions of his homeland to see exactly what you're getting in for.
that would actually make sense. It's kind of like seeing a job description before going in. So
Exactly.
it will be interesting to actually find out what his home place is like.
Yeah. So, thinking on the few things that we've discussed, there are probably. Let's see if we can shape the. Eridanis is going to try to shape the dream to move us to Ember's childhood home. Um, Probably, I'm gonna say, because this is obviously important moments that shaped Ember, and we're trying to learn about him. Probably, what I'm gonna try to move it to before he attended the academy, which I'm assuming was at like a teenage-ish sort of age,
Yeah,
it's like 10 or
13,
something.
14.
Yeah.
He
So I'm thinking like maybe in like 10, 11 sort of thing in his childhood home, and sort of, because I imagine if he's trying to like big up his family and stuff, then his home's going to be important to Tanner. So let's have a look there.
Okay. I guess the scene would shift, and you'd find yourself in a very nice home in some kind of desert city that you have enough intelligence to realize this idea. It would be a city kind of close to the palace, not in the palace grounds itself, but a large house, lots of rooms. Uh, the first thing I guess you'd notice is that he'd be an only child, so you wouldn't see any siblings. Um, he'd probably be sitting at a table away from his parents, and his parents would have several guests over in this particular dream, and it would look like they would be doing some kind of a business deal. It'd be mostly his father, um, who would be conducting this deal. Mother, traditional shitty. But it
Serving
is what it
tea,
is. Yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Yeah, and it would sound like Ember's kind of looking like with his curiosity, but also maybe be feeling like he could, one day
Yeah.
be this kind of successful merchant. Um, I guess this would be kind of the first look that you'd have at his parents proper, because before
Yeah.
it was Geralt that kind of. Um, you would see his mother, who would be referred to as Farah, uh, a human woman, uh, and his father, I guess you'd hear in the meeting, introduced as Tass or Tassaroth, um, and he would have neither. One thing that would actually really catch your attention in this vision is neither. His mother obviously human, and his father some fire genasi features, but mostly human. Nowhere near as prevalent as Ember's very obviously visible Guardian features, or sorry, fire genasi features. So, anyways, the business meeting would just continue in a manner. You'd see Ember in the dream actually start growing up and getting more and more impatient with his father, and then finally would lash out and, why can't you just do things right, Dad? It's obvious that this is an opportunity. Why don't you want to do this? These are good people. They can promote our family. They can make us stronger. They can make us get us closer to where we need to be in the hierarchy. Come on, Dad. But it's weird because it's like a 23-year-old Ember saying this, but it's coming out of the mouth of a 10-year-old, so it's
Yeah.
very strange. And his father pays him no attention when he starts.
Yeah.
He just continues the meeting as if it's just
Okay.
you know.
So just sort of looks to Tanner. So definitely some daddy issues. That's
Well, that was to be
established.
expected.
Is this fucking therapy?
Well,
Okay.
that's a good way. So
The people
obviously,
the
yeah.
people who he's
Was
talking to, who are they? Can we actually see?
It would be about 2 or 3 individuals. I would say probably 2 humans and would likely be another fire ganassi, I'd imagine, because in Gaidea, ganassis kind of stick together, kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
A lot of business between fire ganassi takes place as they generally respect each other.
Do they look
And then
like?
hold each other at a higher regard than other races. It's shitty,
Okay.
but it's the way they are. And so yeah, I'd imagine you probably and chances are the two human employees that the Fire Ganassi has with him would be kind of underlings. He would be the
Gotcha.
leader, and it would and then the discussion would be mostly revolving around trade caravans and
Oh,
how they're going to move
yeah,
certain
yeah,
goods
yeah.
from the caravans through Guardian customs onto ships and have them sail out in a
Yeah.
timely manner.
I was going to say, do
Yeah.
they look more like merchants or nobles?
Definitely merchants and of the richer
Yeah,
variety.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're not peddling, common wares. These are people that have some important dealings that definitely
Yeah.
and the meeting doesn't seem seedy. Like it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like they're trying to smuggle.
Yeah. It's like
In guy,
proper above board, but
yeah,
as obviously Ember has shown some sort of slight disregard for his father or the way his father's doing this, and he's like seemingly in favor of the deal, but maybe his father isn't. Is there like, because obviously this is all Ember's perception, is there any, this is purely for my visuals, is there any like visible change in like his perception of his father and like these business people, if that makes sense? Like, is he looking more, I don't know, for want of a better word, ugly, and they're looking better because you think they're in the right sort of thing, if that makes
for
sense?
sure. He would be definitely looking at the person dealing with his father, who has what I would say more pronounced Ganassi features, fire Ganassi features, with more like respect. He'd be like, this is someone that is respectful, but at the same time, someone that he'd almost make a insight check for me, actually, James, if you don't mind,
Sure, I can
for
do
this
that.
one.
Yeah. Not my best
I
stat,
guess
but not
Tanner
my
could do it
worst.
as well. That's
It's
a really
actually
good.
pretty good.
Yeah, you would definitely you would get that kind of impression as you look at young Ember that he's looking like as if his father's failing and this person is winning. If they
Yeah.
were, and in his mind he's looking at imagine like you know if you went to your dad if you went with your dad to like a football match and like you're a big football fan and like the captain of the team comes and starts introducing himself to
Yeah.
you and your father and you'd be like oh you're just my dad but this guy's a fucking football captain, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
like it's horrible
Yeah.
but it's kind of
Yeah.
the look that Ember has on his face of
So
like
at this point, probably the impression I guess we'd get is that this more fiery Fire Ganassi, for want of a better word, is perhaps a merchant of a higher station, and basically, you feel the deal he's offering would be help elevate your family to like maybe not to this Genassi's level, but closer to it, sort of thing. So you're like lower down, sort of thing.
with the insight of 22, I would say most of that would be correct. The only thing that would not be true is that they'd probably be on similar levels, but it seems that this Ganassi seems more effective at what he's doing. So perhaps in the
Yeah,
future, this
yeah,
Ganassi has more of a chance to become
yeah.
higher in the Guidean
So
hierarchy
yeah,
than
so
his
for
current
wanting to use fiery terms, like his fire perhaps will
burns a bit
burn
more.
brighter in the future, whereas your
Yes.
father's looks like it's going to dim, maybe, or
Yes.
perhaps just that. Okay, that makes sense. So once more,
Whoa,
Eridanis is
Chris, what was that?
what was what? I saw
There was a
nothing.
bear. Grizz just turned into a bear, then back.
Oh
Continue.
really?
Sorry,
Yeah.
James.
Sorry. Eridanis is going
You're
to look
dreaming
at
things.
Tanner again, and is just like, one of the things that has always both annoyed and interested me about Ember as a person since we've met, which I realized wasn't that long ago, is his almost obsession with getting rewards and getting status and hierarchy. And it seems like in this case, perhaps it's because he wants to do that because he felt his father was incapable of doing that. At least that's the impression I'm getting. But for such a young person, it seems odd he would be so obsessed with that improvement of status sort of thing.
Well, that's exactly what we see right here. He was born into nobles, so
Yes, but
it's kind of common, especially being an elf myself. I've seen it throughout my life as well. People of status will grow up, well, expecting it.
yes, but because, for example, it's just thinking back onto like the situation with Dyer at least, like when we obviously like Dyer returned the stars and Ember was like, "You'll be a queen of your people," sort of thing, over and over, despite the fact that it was clear she didn't want that sort of thing. But it seems like that sort of reward and status is almost to Ember, it feels like more important than anything else. It's whereas it seems like at least it's
it definitely seems it based on, well, first of all, he comes from a merchant city, so
yes, and he's always
nobility
talking
is
about his own titles, like I'm a forge master, etc.
well,
So
nobility mainly evolves around wealth, or so it seems.
yeah, yes, and status, but like from what I can see at least, like his family, at least this image we're getting, his family is in quite a well-to-do position. They're not poor, they're not in need of a leg up. It's not like this other Genasi is trying to offer his father maybe a handout which will get them potentially up in the social status. No, they're pretty much already there, but seems like no matter what, Ember always wants more. But
Indeed.
at least see that's the impression I'm getting, which is fine. It's an ambition that drives him. It's perhaps the true fire within him is that desire for more. It's an almost all-consuming.
Very good, James.
It's almost like a greed, but it's not quite. It's like almost like greed mixed with pride. But like he wants those titles, he wants that status, he wants that reward, so that perhaps because he feels he deserves it, like he feels he deserves more than what he's got, which might be true, but it's interesting. But I suppose
Well, nobody ever deserves to feel like an outcast, especially to their own family, nobility or not.
I mean, in here, it almost seems like he's trying to make himself an outcast. Like well, maybe not make himself an outcast, but it's more he feels like the way his father's doing things is wrong. But I suppose, but that is the way of things. But let's.
He's going about the way anything you can do, I can do better, I think is the phrase.
Yes.
And that's exactly how he feels about his father.
I mean, I know, yes, and I know very little about, despite being one, like Genasi heritage, but it seems odd that his father would have some features and his mother would be almost entirely human, yet he would be, well, as fiery as this other Genasi, or perhaps more so. It's very strange. I don't know exactly how the heritage sort of thing works. Perhaps
I am curious about his mother. Where's she in all of this?
Well, she was delivering tea, so it seems like she's got that sort of more housewife sort of role. Like she's just there to look pretty and maybe provide snacks when required, like not important for the business meeting apart from for that. At least that's the impression I got, but we're trying to learn more about his hometown. His home life certainly seems like it will be strained, and we don't know whether. I mean, this is early on in his life, but perhaps because these are memories and dreams, they could have been warped by future memories, like where his fire burned brighter in this anchor and it's leaked down to this other memory. So perhaps the academy seems another important place and likely somewhere he would want to go to prove himself once he's come back to the city. Look, you kicked me out or whatever, and look at what I'm capable of now. I can even burn fire with fire, because that seems to be something he wants. So...
Are we still able to interact with this dream, by the way?
Yeah, we have full control.
Sure,
We
if you
can
want. You
manipulate
guys
the
have,
dream.
yeah, you guys have full autonomy here. You can
You are
direct
the one
things.
controlling it.
Yeah.
Technically, you don't really. You're not actually supposed to be able to read someone's mind, but you're actually the one shaping his dream. So you're putting
Yeah.
thoughts into his mind.
Which then
I'll
shapes...
react in the manner
Yeah.
that you want me to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. Like, we're basically shaping his dream in a certain way in order to see how the dream would then play out, which is a way of learning from him. So it's not reading his mind, but it's seeing how his mind reacts, which is slightly different.
So I'm curious. Can I, using my big brain, try and control his father? I guess now I can see an image of him.
Yes.
So, can I get him to
Okay.
turn around to Ember and?
I mean, with enough thought, you could even become his father, like see through his father's eyes and control him that way.
That's what I was thinking. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what if it was different? What if his father wanted him to be the next in line? Because at the moment it just seems to be built. It just seems to be built on envy at this point, because he disagrees with what his father is doing. But if his father is trying to teach him over, you're going to do this regardless, what if his father asked for Ember's opinion?
That certainly seems like an interesting one in this case. I'd go for it. It'd be interesting to see how Ember reacts to that. So, I mean, it's not going to be truly what happened, or it might have been.
Okay, so let me think this through. So I'm going to quickly try and take a step into his father's shoes.
Okay. Let me. I got a little document here. I'm going to just send a copy in the Discord, Cam.
Okay.
I'll send it to all of you just because it's more fun that way. But you can use this as kind of a guide.
Okay.
Ember's father would be someone who's pretty happy with his place in life. He's easygoing, maybe to a fault. He has a successful business through shipping and exporting goods through Guidean ports. That's his role. The Guidean ports are some of the most busiest in the Clyde Coast and all of Midra, really. As someone from Weep, he would certainly be familiar with doing business, even through third parties to ship things to and from Gaidea. It's a primarily merchant-driven society, with their bazaars being some of the most astonishing and interesting places in the whole entire realms. His father, the business is wealthy, the business is successful, he's happy, he's very much in love with his wife. but he worries about his son. His son seems to be a lot of what James described, very impulsive. Uh, his father doesn't really understand his elemental touched heritage. That's one fault of his father. He just doesn't ignore it. He doesn't think about it, and that's good. Like
Okay.
in terms of societal morale. Sorry, morals. Sorry, it would be kind of a bit much if you let your background dictate what you do, right? So his father just thinks of himself more, as a human, just interacts in that manner, and he worries that his son's he doesn't worry. He just doesn't think about his son in terms of things that he's inherited, and
Okay.
I think that's kind of described in that paragraph. One thing that you would notice and know is that, but by assuming this role is that you would call Ember Embado. You would not say Ember to Ember. You would say Embado, Embado, as his name is not Ember. It is Embado.
Embado.
Yes.
Oh, I like it. That actually kind of fits the poncho that I gave you.
There you go. Yeah.
For Ember.
Mm.
Oh, that's good. That's why you get
So
a poncho. It's your Mexican
Mm.
self.
yeah. I never made that connection, but sure. So
How did you say you
Ember's
spelled that? Embado?
Mbado. Yeah.
Dia. Yeah.
So
Do.
his father would call him Embado.
Yeah. And he would answer to Mbado. But as seems to be a theme in our campaign, and I swear I wrote this before all of this, he chose a different name because of things that happened.
I see.
This is literally, Chris can back me up on this. I did not just write this. This was something I submitted with the original
Go for
character
it.
design.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. There we
Mm.
go.
Okay. So, with that in mind, going back to this meeting that his father's having.
Yes.
So, I'm assuming he's probably arguing with the merchants, saying that a certain shipment can't come through, or he's not going to pay XYZ for XYZ
So,
stock.
so Tassaroth, which is his father, or Tass
Mhm.
for short, would not really be arguing at all. He'd be very receptive to all the terms as put forth immediately. Like, okay, sure, we'll do it that way. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, half price, sure. All right, that's good enough for us. Yeah.
Oh, so he. Interesting. I don't know why I'm feeling he's like big and gruff, but you're making him sound quite
My father
almost
is opposite.
empathetic.
Yeah, my father is very much opposite of Ember in terms of he lacks my father, sorry, Ember's father would
No. Keep him my father.
no, Ember's father would very much seem like laissez-faire and kind of lazy about his business and just let it go and can't be bothered.
Okay. Very well. So that actually kind of
Like
changes.
he's happy enough with things the way that things are,
Yeah, he's
but
good.
there's
He's
a
great.
danger in that. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And like
Well,
in
Ember sees
negotiation,
that as
well,
weakness.
if that's his attitude, he's gonna be perceived as weak in business if he's not
Sure.
forceful.
And
Yeah.
and this meeting, this dream sequence that you guys initiated, would definitely demonstrate that it appears as though this other party is gaining a better deal through this negotiation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then halfway through this meeting, if Ember is, for lack of better terms, piping up, I'm going to quickly try something. And instead of Tass just ignoring him and just proceeding as normal and trying to keep things on simple terms, he's going to stop and turn towards Ember and say, very well, How would you deal with this?
Well, first of all, I would tell him that these terms are completely, Dad, it's unacceptable. It's Giannis. He could very well afford much more. He could. Dad, if you ask to have the ships loaded with double cargo, and have the tax then calculated for the next semester of the dealings, then we could make a bit more, and then perhaps even have Giannis introduce you to a few of his partners so that we could. Anything, Dad. You're getting taken advantage of here. I really suggest to you that this is this is unfair. And is this even possible to have?
Cast a spell within it. Yes, you
Yeah.
are.
Because it's
You
a
know you
memory,
can
right?
cast spells.
So I would have
Uh,
my own father make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, it doesn't cost you any spell slots, but you believe this is real,
Yeah.
and also you can make your father. You could.
I'll
You could even.
roll it. Oh, 1d20. I would say that
Tanner
my
and
I don't suppose I would be able to dream that. If I see this, I don't know if I see this spell going off. I mean,
yeah,
but would I see
you can
it?
understand when he's casting a suggestion
Okay.
spell.
So can I dream
We've
that
seen
it
him
doesn't
do it
work?
enough.
I'm going to say that my father would
You
have a
can-
wisdom of 14, so I'm going to go with this.
You can choose to have him fail or not. It's up to
Or
you.
okay, yeah, you can just choose it then.
Yeah. So,
Like I'd say Tanner and Eridanus can choose. But yeah.
so I think this actually works quite nicely. So I can see almost like the flare or the glint in Ember's eyes as he does this. It's like, I know exactly what I'm doing.
I'm smarter than my dad. Yeah.
And his father just looks down at him, and with a smile on his face, he will turn back to the merchants and say, "Well, my son has clearly made you a counteroffer. How about this, Ember? Make these fine men a deal. Take control of this operation yourself. After all, this will be a perfect learning opportunity for when you take over my stead."
Ember would be shocked and well, it's finally that's great, Dad. Sure. He'll quickly run to.
Go.
Okay, sorry. He'll start to run towards the.
But remember, Ember, and this is when he'll stand up from his chair and will look down. It's almost like a looming figure. So he's had this first initial smiling face to face, his normal father self, but it's almost like a shadow stands above him. You must take responsibility for your actions. If this plan were to fail, or we were to lose money, that can put not only my life in jeopardy, but yours as well. Our family is business.
I know that, Dad. I would never do something to. It's you, after all, that disgraces the Cinderborn name. I would never do anything to put our heritage in jeopardy. That's absurd, Dad. I out of my way. I can do this. Finally, some faith from my father. This is great.
He will take a step to the side and will probably have another chair pulled up. So I can imagine it being like this big, almost boss mafia chair kind of deal. Like the other merchants have come to him, so they're in their chair, and he's in his. And he will just pull another one up to the side. Say, "Very well, take the stand."
So Ember will pull the chair up, extend his hand to the Giannis across the table, and Ember Cinderborn, happy to meet you, Giannis. Listen, my father, he's getting old in his time. He is not aware of the current costs of moving the merchandise through these ports, especially with Weep and all that, and you know, the problems they've been having. We feel that at the very least the cost per the volume of a container shipped within would be at a premium of 200%. You can't just come in here into my house and demand these kind of things. And Amber just goes on and on
Yeah.
for a
I
good
like to
minutes
think
of.
after a little while, and I'm just going to have Eridanus step into the shoes of the person you're negotiating with, which must be weird because water genasi inside of fire genasi.
There's some real Inception shit here.
Well,
Genieception.
so you're saying that your father's fire is burning out, and
I don't
you
even know if he knows he has. Yeah,
and you have the bright and you want to bring a new spark to our conversation. Well,
if you know a way to make him realize what he's been given by our ancestors.
hmm,
Have you seen
yes,
my books? Have you seen my books? And a young 10-year-old Ember will then pull out what are basically genie folktale books with pictures of poorly drawn art of the four Tao and so on and so forth. The Tao, Afridi, what are
married,
the yeah, exactly. And it's like
and then
Guidean,
Jin, I think, is the air one.
yeah, Jin, yeah. Guidean society would have these kind of things for children, right? Because a lot of
Yeah.
Ganassi live in the city,
Mhm.
so it's kind of like just very elementary, childish cartoons showing
A
scenes with genies as these are my ancestors. These are this is where I am given the most important thing of all, my gift of fire. This is my
it
father
is very
disgraces this.
clear that for whatever reason it might be the fire that burns within you is certainly brighter than that of your father. The
Absolutely.
elemental nexus within you is certainly a stronger conduit for our heritage.
Now,
But
James, do you want this dream to be 10-year-old mentality Ember, or I guess like you said, his current
yeah,
life teachings are
it's like
interfering with
yeah,
this?
yeah,
Yeah,
basically that's the sort of thing in my head I'm getting. Like it's like his childhood self mostly, but it's
manifested by current
yeah,
knowledge and
yeah,
maturity levels. Yeah,
yeah. And obviously this dream is going a different way to what you'd expect.
for sure.
But you obviously have quoted these figures for me, and you have quoted them quite well, but do you have any proof that this will be beneficial to me and that it won't just burn to the ground?
Okay. Do you do you and Cam want Ember to have this proof, or do you want him to be
Well,
kind of
that's the
taught a
sort of
lesson here? Because
hmm,
that's up to you guys, really.
So
yeah,
the lesson that I was intending with Tess is, okay, I will give you responsibility. If you don't like the way that the way that I run things, try being in my shoes. If it falls
yeah,
through, you fix it. However,
Right.
yeah,
I am here for support.
yeah.
Because
So
after all, his the words I used were family is business
yeah,
because of his family name. So his life
yeah,
is at risk if it goes under.
That's very
so
reasonable.
yeah. So obviously, from my perspective at least, thinking about this as a child of a merchant family and one who is eventually being raised to run a merchant family, he would have access, or at least to some of the family's books for like accounting and such. So and if he's had this idea, he might have some evidence, but whether that evidence is fleshed out or not would be sort of dependent on how you feel the child Ember, if he was put in this situation, like what would he have done to prepare, sort of thing. That makes sense.
Ember would kind of stammer. Well, uh, I can provide those. Should it be required? we need a bit of an extension of time. I know that I said that we'd have this deal done today, but you did not make that clear that I would require. Should not the name Cinderborn be of enough value to you to know that we'll be able to make this happen in the way I've described?
The name Cinderborn holds weight. It holds a certain spice, but
You're dealing with a
you,
Cinderborn here. You're dealing
yes,
with a family
but
of elemental heritage that is unmatched.
but
We will make it
you,
happen.
but
I
you,
guarantee it.
but you, my dear child, are a mere ember of that for now.
I'm no child.
Spoken with the true words of a child. But how
You
about
don't know who
this
you sit
then?
beside here. What
I know
I've shown
exactly
you.
who I'm
I've not
speaking to.
disrespected you in my own house.
I am not disrespecting you. But
Call me a
you are
child.
because that is what you are, and that is how you are acting. However,
This
I
is
am going
ridiculous,
to
Mom. Do
give
you see
you
this,
a
Mom?
chance to
Mom,
prove me
Mom,
wrong.
Mom. This man called me a child in my own house.
I'm going to poke my head out the dream and say,
No,
Dyer,
he
we need you.
hasn't changed at all.
Okay? So, you wish to be treated as an adult, then act as an adult. Adults do not get to go crying to their mother when someone, as you have said, insults them. But they should also listen when the person they are dealing with speaks. And in this case, currently, I see you as a child, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to prove me otherwise. For now, we will continue with progress as is based on your father's dealings. But if in the space of, as the shipment is not due to leave for a few days, if you can prove in the next 24 hours that your change deal will be more viable, then we will accept your deal.
As you say those words, you feel the tug of the dream shifting to another scene. I don't know if you want to let it
Yeah,
or if you
yeah.
want. Okay. So
Yeah, let, as Eridon would say, let the dream flow.
yes. So the dream flows to a shipyards, of course, as all rivers do, and lakes and oceans. And Ember walks towards the harbor master. It's quite clear, the coast of, once again, coast of Gaidia. The harbor master and the area with the buildings and all that. It's quite the harbor, and a real remarkable sight. And he walks in his dream. He has similar to the fire ganassi that he just saw with two assistants or whatever. These are unnamed,
Yeah,
unfaced individuals that just he's
yeah.
dreaming of this, right? So
They're just
he's
bodies.
suddenly somebody important who has assistants, right hand, left hand men kind of thing.
Yeah,
And so he walks with these two people. The three of them make their way through through the door to the harbor master, and he walks straight in. And there's some kind of secretary there, and she or he or whoever. Hello, how can we help you? Very important business, Amberson in the morning. I need to see Damiano right away. And I don't know, DM, you can play this if you want.
Oh, the harbor master.
Well, some kind of like the harbor master is behind a closed door kind of thing, and Amber's like, insisting right away he's let in to be have an audience, impromptu.
Well, you do not have proper documentation. You cannot
Don't you
simply
realize
walk in here.
I need to see Damiano right away. We're trying to make a deal here. Things need to be taken care of. I would say that
He is a
this
busy
person is
man.
certainly like an Earth Ganassi as well. So play that
yeah.
as you will.
He's pretty unmoving then.
Yeah, yeah.
He says absolutely not. Busy man. He is unavailable. If you wish to book appointments, Fire Genasi always so impatient.
No, I don't understand. This is serious business. I've got 24 hours. I need to get in there. Please, I suggest you let me in right now. And it's cast
Alright.
in
I
Ember's
rolled
mind.
a 7. It's pretty
Yeah.
low.
Yeah, I was
Even
gonna
with
say
modifiers.
if they looked like it was going to fail, I was gonna shape the dream to let it succeed, perhaps only to sort of give Ember some confidence that suggestion can work in the right situation.
Nice, I like that, James. And one thing that you should notice, and I'll refer to your previous insight check, is that it seems that suggestion is you would know a gift as part of his heritage is a 3D heritage, his ability to do these things. He failed in the academy, right? So he's
Yeah.
not a wizard. So these are things that he
These are
feels.
innate abilities,
Yeah.
so he's confident in them because they have come from within, sort of thing. They're not
Yeah.
just learned through study like anyone else. These are his abilities, and because
Right.
he's so confident in himself, he relies on them because they're him, sort of thing.
Yeah. So he.
Because, alright, yes, fine. Stop
Yeah,
being
right
so
away.
pushy.
Let's
Go
go.
straight in. And
I don't want to hear anything about any delays in the future. Should I come back? None of this. And he marches on past and through the door to the harbor master.
yeah, there's a door, there's a little bell that goes ding as you enter into the interior of the
Damiano,
harbor
good to
master.
see you again. Here once again with a fine deal that we both could rise a bit with.
Tinderborn. Well, you
Yes.
can take this if you want. So,
Yeah.
go on, everyone's playing different
So,
characters.
yeah, so is this the person who you were made, like he gave you the 24 hours just to, or is
Well,
this a
Ember's
different
going
person?
to Damiano, who's the harbor master, to get this proof
Okay,
for
so he's gone
Giannis.
to this person to get the information. That makes
Right.
sense.
That's kind of how the dream is taking
Yeah,
place.
that makes sense. So obviously, like you've potentially got information from your own books, but you need to speak to the harbor master to perhaps get information
get
like
their
the things going
guarantee.
out, things going in, their
Right.
guarantee, etc. Okay, yeah,
Their
I
guarantee
see.
that everyone that this deal can work as Ember's envisioning it.
Right, and in your, because obviously the secretary was Earth Genasi, what are you picturing the harbor master as?
I'd imagine Harbor Master probably a water genasi or just a human.
Right. Well,
I say just a human as if it's some kind of inferior. A water genasi or a human. Sorry, pardon me.
you'll say you'll have
In
fine
Amber's
deal.
mind,
Yeah,
inferior.
you'll say
If
you'll
it's
have
the
fine deal for me.
Chris is
What is
yeah.
it?
I was gonna say, if it's the harbor master for Gaidia, it'd probably be a fire genasi. So yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
there's a lot of genasi there, but there
Fire and
are
earth are the
there
most
are absolutely
dominant, I
water
think,
ones.
but they're
But
rarer.
it's just that the people in charge are usually fire genasi.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, which again probably explains why Ember has that superiority complex, because
Yep,
where he's been raised, his people are the best.
exactly.
There it
They're
is.
always
I like
top.
it.
You'll say you have deal for me. Explain. I do
Well,
not have a lot of time.
you see, I can charge Giannis and the well, yeah, the fire starters. I can basically make them take 200% on these shipments coming in and shipping out to Weep. So should you defer some of the cargo space in the holds on the ships from any of these other fools? I could maybe cut you in with an extra 50%. I take 150, and everybody wins. And Cinderborn perhaps has a bit more resources to play in the coming elections and such. Well, elections. There'd be no elections.
Right.
That's nonsense.
Yeah.
Perhaps more of a chance to rise in the hierarchy. And I won't forget about where I came from once I'm there where I'm supposed to be. Of course. So Damiano, you would be not only rewarded in terms of extra money, but maybe we can arrange for something for you to serve under me.
He laughs slightly. You really are a Cinderborn, aren't you? Well,
Through and through. I've got the gift from my ancestors.
well,
We share that bond.
well,
This
little,
could be well for both of us.
well, little Spark, I have heard of this deal, and normally I would perhaps not be interested, but even a tiny spark can become a wildfire, or
Absolutely.
it can become a controlled flame to forge mighty weapons and forge. But
What are you talking about?
what I am saying is, this will be an interesting experience. Will you become the wildfire that burns down your family, or will you become the steady forge that builds it stronger?
I'm Ember Master, a Forge Master of the hut. It's of course I will forge greatness. I
Then,
made a shield at Tanner Wheels. And these are like kind of
yeah,
new memories, kind of interfering with child.
yeah,
It's still like a 10-year-old saying this, which is
Yeah.
yeah.
incredibly bizarre.
I like this
Which,
overlapping.
yeah, I also like to think that, like, whilst it's overlapping almost in a way, like, you know how like children have fancies and like imaginary situations, like
Totally.
perhaps that's how he's seeing it. A forge master, you say, and you have crafted a shield for Tanner.
Yes, using the energies of the light and the void.
Well then,
I have it here. The Sensidian. Look, and I'll pull forth the 4 pieces of Sensidian from an imaginary backpack and show 4 pieces of Senrith's prior. The Sensidian that was in Senrith.
yeah,
See,
he
Sensidian. I'm a forge master. I work with nothing but the best materials. You be
he
amazed what I can make with this.
he smiles and goes, "Then I will forego the space that you require and set it aside for
Yeah, take it from the
your
Earth Ganassi,
transport."
especially Adonis and his ships. They're so frustrating. Those ships. They
They
don't do
can
anything. They're
they,
slow.
they can be, but whilst they are slow, they always get there. But as I've said, I will accept your proposal, but all the risk sits with you. Should this go awry, it is the Cinderborns that will burn. It is not myself or the others involved. Understood? This risk is yours.
Without question. And Damiano, I won't let you down. You're a great harbor master. You do really good work around here, and I look forward to having you under my reign as we take this city back from these lazy sultans. All they do is sit up in they don't do anything. All right, that's good. That's
Then I
good.
look forward to seeing how bright your fire burns. But remember, there is always a hotter flame. And I think that's where that dream sequence would end, that little bit.
Sure.
And that
Nice.
seems like a good line. It's like there's always a bigger fish, but fire
Yeah.
genasi.
It's always a bigger flame. Indeed.
Yeah. So I don't want to take up the entire session, but the
Yeah.
only other thing I would be like, from a personal perspective, I'm curious about the academy and sort of just that in general, not even necessarily like his time at the academy. I'm just curious about the academy because it's not something that we've had to deal with in Gaijia when we've been there in the other group. But
I kind of made that shit up, but it's up to Chris really if there's a Guidean Academy and what it
Yeah.
would be. But like it'd
Yeah.
be an Academy of Wizards, I imagine, where
Yeah.
they train
It'd
their
be
best.
sorcerers, I reckon. Well, wizards, sorcerers, there's a real mix. But either way, there'd definitely be
And
education.
for some reason, like weirdly, in my head at least, because of how important music is seemingly here. I
The
almost feel
muses,
like it.
yeah.
I almost feel like it would be a bard college, but that also trains sorcerers and wizards.
Well,
Well,
the
Ember
idea
was
is big enough, it would have a lot
Yeah.
of different.
Yeah, that's just in my head. Like,
Mm.
so it's your city. You like.
There'd 100% be a bard college. There'd be wizards. There'd be sorcerers. This is the hub of all major communities in the Claude Coast. They have it all, really.
Yeah, I suppose like wizards is for study, but sorcerers more than study, it's more training to be able to control that inner power sort of
Well,
thing, I
Yeah.
guess.
you would gather, at least from Ember's case, that he was kind of, people thought he was really good, magically inclined because of his gift being so apparent. In Ganassi, a lot of times, the physical traits can show up of the elemental heritage, but they don't have any kind of real ability because of that. Whereas Ember's kind of a specialty in that it seems that for whatever reason, his elemental heritage has really coalesced into actual magical ability. So his parents are like, "Oh, look, you can do cool little fire tricks. Maybe we'll send you to the academy and you can study to be a wizard." And whatever. So they
Yeah.
spent a lot of money to send him there, and he basically isn't a wizard, never was a wizard. His parents didn't understand what was happening, and he failed out.
Yeah. So, but considering how Eridanus persuaded Tanner on this, I'm thinking I probably without going into like any details on it, or as much detail as Chris wants, perhaps just because obviously Ember would have gone round the city, like maybe visited the markets, etc.
Without
So
question.
and stuff. So like perhaps just following him on a day when he's just out and about, but not necessarily having to go into detail like dream wise, but just give, because I don't know if we're going to visit Gaidia, but it gives a view on Gaidia, if that makes sense, which would help Tanner when he eventually goes there if he goes there, sort of
Okay.
thing.
Sure.
I could keep that short, but I think that's Chris's domain. Mine, it's his city.
Yeah. Funny enough, a lot of what you kind of already know is from
Yeah.
the other campaign, but
But the audience
definitely
might
can
not know
include
unless they've
a
been
few.
following both.
I'll do a few name drops of places that you have been or going to go, and that is, let's have a look. So yes, there is Kibera, which is of course the largest building in Gaidia, and actually, believe it or not, the largest building in the world. They've constructed this. It's like 1,300 feet. It's named after a cactus, and it means magnificent. Uh, you go through the what's it called, the thoroughfare, and there is all kinds of shops and inns. There is the Pinch of Saffron restaurant. There is the Glinting Amber jewelers. There's the Waxy Bauble. The Kibera Museum is, of course, one of the best places to learn about the world. And there's even back alleys and uh, lesser known streets. And in one, you find Cal Hatter's cage, which is a retired monster hunter, and she is quite the advocate for hunting. She's got loads of different parts, like armor and bits made of actual monsters, and she often puts out bounties for creatures, dangerous desert dwelling monsters.
Cool.
Hunt them, bring them back. It's a real Monster Hunter kind of vibe. But yeah, there's just some notable places. The bazaar is a great place. You can meet all kinds of peddlers. Marzook's bazaar as well, especially.
Yeah. Oh, actually, just one scene I want to see. Actually, thinking about it, Ember
Hmm.
going to Marzook's like the Marzook's and seeing the book of misspells. I want to see Ember's reaction to it in character because that seems like, because he's all about magic must be under control. It must be done in a precise way, and that's the book of no, it's not. Pretty much. So I kind of want to see his reaction to it.
Okay,
So
so
I'm
paint this
just going to
scene for me.
shape the dream to that.
Yeah,
So
okay.
essentially, obviously, like this is kind of a weird thing for me to try to shape, but I'm imagining like in the dream sequence, like as Ember's maybe gone past this place, perhaps disregarded it slightly, but maybe the book's caught his eye, or something's caught his eye, and Marzook has perhaps said, "Oh, and if you're maybe Ember's in like academy uniform or something, so like that's why he's called out and like, oh, we have this really interesting book for the aspiring wizard, and essentially it's called the Book of Misspells."
Volume 1, 2, and 3. Actually,
Yeah.
at this point, it'd probably just be the volume 1.
Yeah, and essentially it's stuff like rather than cone of cold, it might be cone of fold.
Well, here you've got fold person is
Old person.
and he says, and I sense you're the one who has fallen on hard times with their parents. Perhaps a spell in here could help you. It is called Speak with Dad.
Oh, yeah, you're talking my language.
That
I
is an
could
A+
really...
joke.
with Dad.
Communicate
A
aloud with
plus
your
pun.
follower. It will fail
Yeah.
if they're on another plane, but still.
Well, are these sanctioned spells? Guardian law prohibits any kind of, especially with the academy. I wouldn't want to, be removed for any kind of rule violations.
Oh, no. Although this one does contain the most powerful 9th level spell of all.
Okay,
Waft.
so at this, well, that's really curious because I've actually been looking to maybe visit a faraway hut to learn of this spell. My ancestors they used to be able to cast the spell of wash. I would love to wash some things up in my own life. Yes, I would be very interested in purchasing this spell book, especially since it's completely legal and sanctioned magic use. It's very important.
Oh, of course. It's just at that point where you probably see
The Baba
some
Yaga.
academy guards come running around the corner, and they're like,
Oh, shit.
"There he is! He's peddling his wares again!" After him, and he's like, "Oh, got to go!" And you see him like suddenly hover up on this flying futon, and with it, he packs up all of his gear, and it's basically just transported away.
Yeah,
And
I'm
he-
almost thinking it's like that scene in The Sword in the Stone where he like makes swish and everything shrinks down and goes into a bag and he flies off with
Yep. That's it.
it.
Ember is all for crap.
He says, "Here, a parting gift. I'll cast massage on you. 120 foot range. The target receives a pleasant back rub."
That feels pretty good. Oh, wait! The book! Ah! And you'll see Ember just kind of reaching towards the sky as the couch flies away.
Oh man, yeah. The book is a real thing. You can buy in the campaign. It's back home if you find Marzook.
Yeah, I
he's got all
really
these-
I really want to use it, but it didn't fit my character at all.
Don't worry, I'm writing a second volume. And he just like disappears around the corner.
Bah. So
But,
there's your day in the life of Ember.
Yep. I like to
We're
think
s-
he has those sort of events like a lot, like anything he can find to give himself like that potential for betterment, and then just quite often like he's on the grasp of it and then it's snatched away.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's definitely it's frustration of trying
Yeah,
to be
which manifests
ambitious.
later, I think. So yeah, I like
yeah.
it. So with
All
that,
right.
unless there's anything that you want to do, Tan.
I don't believe so, no.
Right, then Eridanis is just going to have one last look at Ember, style his hair into an afro, and then leave the dream.
Cool. Yeah,
Just
easily done.
because I'm trying to picture a Fire Genasi afro now. I
Awesome.
don't know why that popped into my head, but I like it.
It looked like a little globe of fire or something.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be like one of those the things you touch to like make your hair stand on end, but instead it's like that, but it's just flames.
Nice.
Look like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like moss, like
Ooh.
fiery moss.
Quite the immolation.
Yeah.
It's your afro.
Right. Oh, please say wakes up and actually has Afro from the
Yeah.
dream, like, because
Sure.
it's been long enough. Because
That's
it
some
lasts
weird
24
magic.
hours, the loss of his hair. So
Yeah,
it's probably
I have
been
no
long enough.
hair.
All right,
don't
so
know.
we snap out of the dream. Does
I'm
the
still
weird
unconscious.
string break?
It does, yeah. You simply snip it, and the telepathic bond between you three severs.
Snip.
Right. Well, I think that went well.
Ooh, welcome back, Ember. Mathilda says.
Am I awake? Oh,
You actually are awake. Yes.
okay. Good. I feel like where is Tanner? Where are we?
Yes, my son. I mean,
We're
yes.
uh,
Chris,
we're in.
it's the one, the memory messing with your head.
Ember. Firstly, you're in
What?
no state for that. You've just come out of a coma.
What's happening?
Secondly, in order to get you out of this coma and make sure that you maintain your sense of self, we've had to make a slight deal with these two. So we can't kill them this time. Maybe next time.
Deal's a deal. Grizz.
But
Grizz
there
no
is another. He's currently not in here at the moment. He's outside the ethereal. We're in the ethereal.
Oh.
It's kind of a weird
Yeah,
thing.
you're in the ethereal plane right now. You look around, there's kind of a
But-
misty bloom to everything.
But here's the tricky part of the deal.
There you
So
go.
the deal to even find these was that we couldn't hurt them during this meeting. The deal to actually get the cure for you, as it were, which involved us going into your dreams. I do apologize, but it was the only way we
Here
could
for
think
what?
to help
What are you
you.
talking about?
What?
We tried to see what Grizz.
Yes,
Grizz, I made some discoveries.
Yes.
I had these very vivid dreams. They were remarkable. I learned so much.
I know. We helped shape them.
What?
Yeah. Basically, we found out that there was a potential for either Ludwig or Gerolf to take over you from this because of how you reacted. So we made sure that wasn't the case.
Tinker's never told me that.
Yeah.
I did this. Tanner, is this true?
Well, we only had to stop them. I'm sure
Yeah.
we did a little bit of sightseeing in your old city,
You
but
have a
we
you have a
didn't
lovely.
shape anything else.
Can I insight check the word sightseeing?
Yeah, sure.
What the hell does he mean by that? Run around my dreams?
Yeah.
Hey, yo, there were sights and we saw him.
Okay, cool.
No.
Okay.
I guess I'll roll a deception.
Yeah, you kind of. Yeah, go ahead. You're trying to
You're not
conceal
really
the truth.
lying.
Yeah, I mean, what
He
would
did
you
say
say?
Alright,
that they
fine.
didn't shape anything else, which is technically a lie because we did.
That was a lie, yeah. Hey,
Only
yo,
just.
hey, it's just a sightseeing.
Sure, what do you mean?
But so here's the rub, though. So as I said, the deal we made to get inside your head in order to help protect your sense of self from those two. You might have noticed us on the jury in the court scene. I don't know. Was we have to steal a book for these two.
Yeah, from the library?
Yeah.
I think that's a really bad idea.
Oh, I agree, but as you said, a deal's a deal, and it was the only thing they were willing to do, and they were the only people
Adonis,
we could think.
you gotta think about what you're doing here. You're being a fool.
I checked with the others, and they mostly agreed. Dyer is not part of this deal, neither is Grizz. It's just me, you, and Tanner.
I'm not part of this deal. I didn't sign anything.
Okay, technically you're
you.
not either. It's just me and Tanner.
Hey, I said that I didn't want to do anything, so that...
Yes, but it was the only way to get into his dreams.
Are you trying to manipulate me, Adonis?
If I wanted to manipulate you, I would have done it whilst I was in your dreams.
I suggested not do that. Tanner, did he do anything in my dreams?
He did.
What did you do, Adonis? This is the last
Um,
straw.
He turned all of your ponchos inside out.
Tanner, that's not funny right now.
I gave you an afro. I just thought it would be interesting to see you with a different
What?
hairstyle.
What?
You look up. Yeah, your hair is starting an afro.
I didn't think that would manifest in real life, to be fair.
You, I just remember, didn't you lose all your hair last
Yeah.
session?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that was only
it's-
for 24 hours or so, so I don't know
Oh,
if it's... Yeah.
It's not been
Really?
24 hours yet.
Yeah. It was only in the dream that I did that. I just wanted to see what you'd look like with a different hairstyle.
Drell, do you allow this to happen?
She looks at you vacantly. Mathilda says, "Look, you're back to normal. You was in a coma, Ember. You should thank your friend. Also, thank us. And lastly, it's
I thought
only
you
one
faded to want to be
book.
thanked.
It's only one book you have to fetch for us. It's
I don't
not
have
the
to do
end of the
anything.
world."
I've done amazing things for this hut. Why should I do anything for you? You're
Because
beneath
a
me.
deal is a deal.
I didn't make a deal.
Uh,
It's Adonis'
well-
problem.
yes, I know it's my problem, but considering I've just helped you with yours, and I've helped you with multiple things since we've got back here that I didn't have to, I should think at this point you at least owe me 1 or 2 favors. I
I
didn't...
don't know if you, this Daruka, he seems all nice on the outside. But,
Yes, I know.
Something about him that...
I'm terrified of the prospect, but
I tell you what, how about you get the book as well in exchange for getting back to the material plane? Does that sound fair?
What?
well, we're in the ethereal. Do you know how to get back from the ethereal? Because I don't.
Well, we was the Cloud Key.
I don't think.
Lady Mora has our Cloud Key. She has to give it back to us. We
No.
vanquished the Shadow Beast. We did as we were told.
Dyer got given a cloud key, but Dyer is not in the ethereal with us, so.
Daya has it? Okay, good. Then
Yeah, because remember we used it to get back into the hut from when we went to do Dyer's thing.
Yeah, but then Lady Mora took it away from us. And then she
Mm,
left to
no.
see the
I think-
Baba
No,
Yaga.
Lady
I
Mora
think Baba Yaga
took
gave
our
it
cloud key
back to us.
before we left.
Yeah, we do have one. We do have one.
Okay.
Yeah, Dyer is
Because
not in the
that's how we
ethereal
got
with
back
us.
after we went to my. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right. Yes, of course. Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
Dyer is
Screw you.
currently
We got
not.
the Cloud Key. We don't need your help.
Well,
Oh, if only Dyer was here in the ethereal plane, eh?
Wait, you're trapping me here?
yeah, that's kind of the thing. We're trapped in the ethereal. Dyer is not in the ethereal.
Yeah.
Should have seen that coming, to be honest. Sneaky.
How about
Sneaky.
we just remain cordial? All you need to do is go fetch the book. The tome is magically sealed. You'll need to dispel that. But,
I've been
you
wanting
can
to
even
test my...
replace it with something. Daruka need never know it's missing. After all,
What?
no
You
one's
see
allowed.
this guy?
After
He's
all,
not
no
an
one
idiot.
even uses the book. So no one will even know that it's really missing or replaced.
What
And look,
book is it?
Geraldi's even knitted you a replacement, a decoy, whilst you were sleeping. And
The
it does
book
look
is
like
called
has
Void of
actually
Knowledge
finished.
/ Knowledge of the Void.
She
Tanner,
has
do we
indeed
do that?
finished a book that resembles that.
Honestly, your knitting skills are very impressive, Geraldo. You've managed to knit a book, and I can barely tell it from the original.
She grins a lipless grin.
Tanner looks uneasy to Ember.
Choice this one, Tanner. Fine. We'll get you your stupid book. But if Daruka comes asking me what the hell happened, don't think I won't be covering for you. That's not part of the
And-
deal.
Yeah, that is true.
Very well. We have an accord. and she pricks you with a small sewing needle, and immediately you pop back into the material plane, and the slow mist recede,
Yes.
Right.
and
Hello,
there's Grizz and
everyone.
Guy playing with their
Please.
iron stones.
We saved Ember.
Thanks, Tanner, Eridonis, Grizz,
Yes.
Grizz, I've learned so much, Grizz, we have to talk, your father is in science, I promise, Ludwig is a liar.
What? Hold on, there's a lot.
Well, the thing is, Ludwig, he kidnapped you. He took you from your horde. You're not his son. In fact, Grizz, much like me, your legacy is something spectacular. Your not legacy. Pardon me. Your inheritance or your ancestry. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yes. Based
Oh.
on what we saw, you appear.
What
to be-
ancestry means, Grizz?
Old?
No,
more
older.
more like your ancestors, like your father and your father's father and your father's 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 father, and continuing on.
Okay.
But you go back
So-
far enough, and you're a Titan.
Hey, wait, how do you
What?
know this, Eridonis?
I was in your dream.
How much?
My great granddad is
You have the blood of Titans,
Mr.
Grizz.
Mr. Titan.
Yes. Very
Yeah.
big, very powerful, big sword, huge helmet.
My surname is Grizz Titan.
I
Yes,
mean,
you are Grizz Titan.
technically, yeah, I quite like that. It fits
Alright.
you. I
I'll
mean,
put that
it
on there.
actually makes a lot
On my
of
character
sense.
sheet.
Like why, for example, you can speak giant and you have giant runes on your weaponry and you have affinity with it because Titans are, from what I understand, the biggest of giants. They even
Wow.
make the likes of Vaughn look small.
Not only that, Grizz, I happen to know where your ancestors are buried. Where
really?
the final resting spot of your great Grizz father.
Can we go see them?
Perhaps it's close to idea. Out in the dunes, very dangerous out there, but
Need to go see.
Honestly, I'd
Need
be
to
up for
see
a
'em.
road trip to guide you. Just saying.
oh, hang on now.
Just so I know you're telling the truth, because a lot of people trying to trick me here in the hut.
I'm
And I
not
just
tricking you,
want to know.
Grizz. I'm telling you the truth.
Right.
You have Titan's blood.
We think that might be while Geralt was after you, not because of you, but because of your blood. That blood is what he needed to make that thing we fought as big and as powerful as it is.
It was pretty big.
Yeah.
Big Brigo.
But
It's
your
bigger than Vaughn.
ancestors were potentially even bigger.
Wow.
And
Well,
here's
I just sort
thank
of
you
looked
for
at
telling me
Ember
this.
like, how big was that sword in comparison to like the big building in Gaidia? Because it looked pretty big, but I couldn't really judge the perspective.
Yeah, it was colossal. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, massive
Titanic.
sword. Yeah.
Thank you for letting me know all this, guys. Ember, you look like you need to take a bit of a rest as well.
yeah, my head's pounding, Grizz. Absolutely. I could use a hot bath and a nice long sleep. Despite
you just take a minute,
recent.
okay.
How long have I been sleeping for, anyways?
A while,
Wow.
but
So I'll say that during that 10 minutes, you could have started to begin to have a short rest.
yeah. I
So
just wanted to make one
What is
joke based
what
on
other
the
what are the
dream.
two hags doing while all this is going on? Like
they
they're
were
just
there for a
watching us
moment, as you
discuss?
noticed. They disappeared back into the ethereal plane after
Okay.
leaving the stitched tome of the void, oh sorry, the void of knowledge on the shelf.
The void of knowledge is on the shelf.
It
Okay.
is a decoy, a substitute, some sort of apparently knitted illusion. Like it's maybe not the real thing, but it's designed to look like it. You're not sure. Hag magic
Okay.
is weird at the best of times, but the shelving has all these kind of other little trinkets and knickknacks on it, though.
Yeah, I want to have a look at what else is on the shelves. If there's anything that stands out as interesting or informative.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
Yep.
Oh wow.
20.
Damn, okay. That was one short of a nat 20. Let's see. Okay.
Mm.
It does seem to be like just a real mixture of things. This is a shelf that they keep on the material plane, not in their ethereal little thing. So you reckon it might be just sort of a, you know how like there's like a yard sale, people just chuck stuff on the outside like they're kind of getting rid of, or it's on the way out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It feels like
Nothing
that, like
precious.
there's the garage space where they chuck stuff they don't really have a place for. So you can roll me a D100. Hold on, I swear we've got a table for this kind of thing. Let's have a look at the tables.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Okay, I'll allow you to roll on the table. Let me give you the permission so you can have a see. There you go. On the tab at the top right, tables,
Yeah.
you'll see items in a hag's lair, and feel free to click that.
Fun. Items in a hag's
Let's
lair.
see if there's
Okay,
anything.
roll.
We don't get
Okay,
a
it
group of
worked.
small
Hey,
children trapped
okay.
in a cage.
There's someone on the shelf sitting there watching the whole time. This wasn't what I expected. Maybe there's a
This creates
doll.
a new problem. Okay,
Does
yeah, a
more
doll. A
children.
doll is okay.
I think a
Okay, this
doll
is
fits.
amazingly lifelike. I'll poke at the
Don't touch
doll.
that, Daya. You don't know what it can do. Could be cursed.
Yeah,
It's wearing a.
no, they wouldn't have left it here if it was dangerous.
Of course they would have. They're tricky. They already
You see,
manipulated and coerced us into some shady business with a book. I don't trust them at all. Neither does
there is.
Grizz.
In addition to that, I'll say that as you kind of pick it up, it has like these joints in the doll. It's not like a stitched one, but it's more like mechanical. It is like a mannequin, and it doesn't seem to have any strings attached though. But the clothes that they're wearing are actually finely made though. Like they are just as good for like an aristocrat, but in a tiny miniature form. And you look at them closely, and some of them are stained with blood as well.
Okay. Yeah. So I will. Yeah, I will keep investigating, but I keep an eye on this and just I wonder briefly about voodoo, but I don't bring it up to the rest of the group. And yeah, I'm just I assume there's nothing else that's notable because if it was valuable, it wouldn't be here. But I'm just trying to get an insight into what kinds of magics they're doing, and how much of it is sinister. And this has definitely given me a sinister vibe. But
Yeah, you
that's
kind
just
of
flavor.
you almost imagine like someone's actually shrunk someone down, like this was a person once, and they've been turned into this.
Yeah,
So
I can see that. Like either it's too realistic to be a real doll,
yeah,
kind of, and yeah,
there's
it's
no
a
way
little
to
bit creepy.
prove it, no way to show, or yeah, if only. Maybe if one time you
Yeah,
cast animate objects, maybe it can start speaking. Ugh, creepy.
or like
maybe
like a
It,
undo spell or dispel
Awaken,
magic
or
thing.
yeah,
But
whatever
it's
happened
made,
to
it's made of wood. Would awaken work?
would
wood?
would
it would
the wood
would.
would awake.
What happened to that gnome? Remember there was a gnome when we first had audience with the Baba Yaga. Elizabeth, I think her name was, or something. She was
I guess so.
taken by some orcs.
Oh,
Elizabeth,
sorry. No, yeah, the other one you were talking about.
taken by some orcs. Well, we were able to save her. We never seen her since. She was sworn in service to the Baba Yaga.
Hmm.
Does this doll look at any features resembling that gnome by chance?
It doesn't. No, it looks
Okay.
like a small child, but not a gnome creature.
Nice.
Yeah.
It just if you see what I mean, it
I don't
doesn't
think
look
that's it.
it doesn't look like a doll that was made by sewing, etc.
No, it looks
Do you know what
more.
does that make any sense? Am I talking crazy?
It reminds
Like
in my head.
if I was
In
a
my
hag and I magicked a live person into a doll, this is what I imagine it would look like. And that's not to say that
For
that's
sure,
what
for
happened.
sure,
Maybe
Gaia.
they're just really good at crafts, but yeah, I don't
Is
like
the
it.
doll missing any of its toes?
Yeah. Uh, yes, but there isn't really much of a toe appendage to it. Like there's just a ball for like the foot, effectively.
Okay.
But yeah, it does look like there's not enough toes to be a full set. If that makes sense.
Hmm.
Chris is gonna have a little look around as well, just nosy. Could have a look. Nope, that's too much. Okay. He's probably more interested in all the information that he's just heard. He says, "We got to get out of this trash chute, by the way. It's starting to stink.
Yeah,
Been down there too long."
I don't know why we're down here in the first place, but
because it's where they were
what are they doing down
Yeah.
here?
hiding from us.
Came
Well, I
down here
don't-
once already, and once was too many times.
I don't think anybody
Um,
would have I would have thought to have looked down there for them.
Apart from Snug. Snug
No.
So,
suggested it. But
so guys, you could have had a short rest during this time whilst waiting for
Okay.
the rituals to be cast, because there was a few rituals,
Yes, please.
but
yeah.
that might be an opportunity to spend some
I'm-
hit dice if you need
Yeah.
to.
I would like to spend some hit dice.
I don't have any hit dice.
Just before we leave, Eridanus is going to call out and just be like, just as part of this whole thing, do you happen to have a scroll of arcane lock we could borrow or use? You know, because obviously we've got to reseal the book up for it to look.
Oh yes. I guess you do, don't you?
Because that ain't on my spell list.
They don't, but well, as long as it looks locked, no one should
Right. That's
try it.
fair. I'm just gonna have a look on this in just in case, on the off chance there's a scroll
my
that they might
God.
have left.
Roll
Yeah,
an
I'm kind of a
investigation.
scroll of arcane lock.
No.
No, there is not.
You know, yeah, I tried.
You pick up what looks to be like a scroll, and it just turns to dust in your hands as you pick it up.
Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
so we obviously came in through this wall over here, but as we're down here, do you want to see what's this way? Because it should rotate.
Sure. I don't mind.
Tanner, Grizz, you guys can move this wall, I think. I'm not doing it, certainly.
No problem. Hannah?
Yeah,
Job.
I think if we push this one up, then it should rotate around enough for us to see what's like this way.
Alright, you give me a hand, or am I giving you a hand?
I can do it. That's all fine.
And
Alright.
I will cast guidance on Tanner then to this.
And a one,
Okay.
and a two, and
Careful, Diane, you don't want to get locked out.
Oh, that was
I'm coming.
with advantage, but
Have that extra one, so it's a 29.
You rolled 19s on all of these, Cam.
Yeah, you've been rolling ridiculously well.
Do you even lift, bro?
Not as much as you apparently.
Yeah, Eridanis' arm is still a bit mangled from where one of these things closed on him, but he's okay. He'll live.
Where does this go, Aerodonis?
Well,
We
I
don't want to
don't
get
know.
stuck down here.
Well, we know our way back. All we've got to do is move the walls. So
Cloud
There's
key
nothing
take us
here.
up top if we got stuck by any chance? Tanner,
Hmm?
what do you think? If the cloud key, if for some reason we got stuck, we could just use it. Well, find the nearest door. Are there any doors? And get back to
I don't
the
believe
entrance to the
there's
hut.
any doors down here.
I could.
No, I haven't seen one either. But
It would be a good idea, though.
well,
But let's try moving this wall, I guess.
Alrighty. Here we go.
Actually,
Got it.
and try pushing, I guess. And I will guidance Tanner if Tanner's going to be doing the lifting again. Not that he generally seems to need it, but
Did you not spend any hit dice there, Ember?
No.
Kind of didn't.
Yeah, maybe I should.
It's up to you.
I'm gonna
Yep.
spend one.
I'm worried about this sudden insistency on us rolling hit dice. I think we're going into combat shortly, but just my guess.
This one.
I was
we know
thinking.
we've got a battle coming
we
up
go.
at least with whatever's guarding that book.
Well, Daruka, which
Yeah,
I think
Gone over to the
possibly
right
Daruka
one.
himself.
Which way are we going, sorry?
I
This
think
one.
this one,
Okay.
and try pushing. Please don't pull.
I thought we're-
Because...
Yeah, don't get locked out!
No, we're just having a little explore, see if there's anything extra down here, because we're down here, we might as well. We're in no rush.
Could be something useful.
Alright, it does indeed push forward. The grinding sound accompanies the moving block before finally setting into place. And inside here is a very old,
Oh.
ancient looking stone table. There is a skull of some unknown design. Doesn't look human. There's also another
Doesn't
little
look
stone
human.
case.
Jinx.
Yeah, it's got like fangs and little horns protruding from the top of its head. There is also on the ceiling another one of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a old stone case here as well. It looks almost like a crypt, but it doesn't look like it has a lid. It's more just a table, like an altar.
Yeah.
What's this?
What's on, like, what are these on the table?
Okay, what is that on the floor? It looks, whatever it is, it looks completely like aged from time, like crumbled, rusted, and broken off of something. It's hard to really make out what it was, but you can roll an investigation check, I suppose.
Investigation? I suck.
It looks like it's half of something. It's snapped in one section, so without having the other half, can't really make out what it is. But it's long, it's cylindrical, it's broken, whatever it is.
Can
Okay.
if I look up, can I see where the chute is going to? Like, can I hear anything or see any light?
No, it is very dark, and you've seen these chutes are
Okay.
like a slide, so they haven't
Yeah,
got a direct
not a direct
light to
thing.
where they go.
All right.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there anything on this table? It looks like there is, but that might
There
just be
is,
the
yeah.
art.
There are two what look to be like stone cases of some sort.
Heridanus will have a look at them, see what they are.
Okay. Ember had to go on the break just as just as you go to touch the case.
We shall also go for a quick break.
It attacks Ember.
We can go for a quick break if it means Ember's back in time. Yes.
Yeah, I'm good
Okay.
to go for a few minutes now.
Yeah.
All right then. Yeah, we will be right
All right.
back as you see there is a shaking from the nearby skull, Eridanus, and suddenly the eyes flash. We'll be right back. See just what Eridanus
Ah,
has.
After this message from our sponsor, Raid Shadowland. I mean, no.
No. And roll for initiative. As these eyes flash in the skull on the ground, it suddenly animates, flames whirl around it, and then it animates from the ground. It still has the axe in its head as well, I want to point out. But it seems suddenly aggressive, as if you've just stolen something from it. Because it starts saying, thief, thief, thief.
I wasn't stealing. I was just looking with my hands.
No, I'm the thief.
Oh,
Wait,
But
what
you
did
will
you
steal
steal?
that.
I'm so confused.
A stunning reversal.
Did you just Uno reverse me? Did you just
Mine
reveal
does,
your
yeah.
trap card?
just before you tried to kill us, what did you steal?
I was going to steal that.
What is it?
I don't know. Looks important. Looks like treasure.
Fine.
You know who it belonged to?
I don't like talking skulls. Stay there.
It begins opening its jaw, hyperextending it, and you see a ball of fire getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Dyer, what do you do?
Dodge in and smack it, Dyer.
Yipes. Okay. I want to I'm going to leap over and can I like just close the skull with my foot, just kind of clamp down on that and press down so that it can't open its mouth?
You can try to. The fire is still like getting larger, and it starts like maybe
If it's
bulging through its eyes and nose.
okay. But so it's but the skull, it's the jaw is opening.
The jaw was opening as
I
it was
want to
definitely doing this.
yeah, I want to close the jaw I press down and close the jaw and get a
Okay.
little smack on the head just for flavor.
Go ahead.
I'm presuming this is
go ahead.
a unarmed strike.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
call it an unarmed strike. 19.
That is a hit. Should be able to target
Okay,
this
and
thing,
six-
Bob.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot to
Yeah.
target. I always forget to
Deal
target.
6 points of bludgeoning, alrighty. It cracks, and you start to see its skull is shaking, trying to contain this fire that's building up. Extra attack?
Yeah, I'm gonna do another unarmed strike. 25
Okay.
to hit. Ooh.
11 points of bludgeoning.
Went from
Another crack
minimum
formed in
damage
its
to
skull.
max damage.
Yeah, it was actually.
And I mean, I'm picturing this more as like the way you smack like the cat when when it wants to eat your dinner. Like, no, down, bad boy. Yeah.
Alright. It looks like it's about to like explode from the pressure that's built up in its skull.
No,
Tanner, you're up.
bad skull.
Okay,
You'll
right.
get the water.
I'm
Shake
going
the
to
no can at it.
going to get into rage. Is that 10 feet away from me?
It's on the ground in this space, so yeah, it's 10 feet away.
Okay, and just before I keep on going, did you want to do anything for your bonus, like flurry of blows or anything?
No,
No?
I'm not gonna do anything. I guess I can take one more. I can take one more unarmed strike, right?
Yeah.
As a bonus. I mean, I might as well. Because why not?
Then let it go to waste. Smonk.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
It's gonna
Okay, it's
be
ice
dead
bucket
before
and a
anyone
crack
gets a turn.
snapping. Yeah, it might do it very well. Good. Ooh, man. Turned into a nan. Right, anyway. Go ahead, Tanner. You got a free reign on this thing. Looks
Okay.
pretty damn cracked already.
It's 10 feet away from me, I'm assuming.
Hmm?
Sweet. I smonk it with my glaive. Thwack. Another
Very
19.
nice.
Oh, all right. You split its skull down the middle. You see the fireball is still between its two pieces, and the skull is just animating just about barely. You can see its jaw is split. Go ahead. You still got one more time.
And I'll just spin the glaive round and come back up through the crevice I just made.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll with advantage. I'm sorry. It's 9 plus 10, so 19.
19 will hit it, and
For
you
another
basically
12.
shatter the bit. You shatter it into pieces, like bone fragments, scatter across the ground, and instead of this skull exploding, you see the fireball that was about to go off fizzle out instead.
Oh, well, that was close.
Well, that was strange.
A
What do you
trap or
think that
something?
thing
What was that?
Well, it seemed to be some like a vengeful spirit that wanted this, so now I want this.
Well, it seemed to be one of the things that were outside of the hut on the pikes.
You're absolutely right.
Wait, what?
Ardanis is now once again going to look at this thing.
Do you remember when we first entered the hut and we were following the fairy? And
Yes.
there were the skulls on the fence outside, and when the fairy flew in,
Yes,
it turned around
Elidor.
and laser beamed.
Oh, those
yeah,
things.
okay.
Do you remember?
Oh, I do remember that. Do you think we could control it? Have a laser pistol, basically? Carry on a laser pistol brick? I
Tanner
like
looks
that
down
idea.
at the pieces of the.
It's in fragment. I'll get rid of it. Like, it's basically reduced to fragments from those series of attacks, and you had to, otherwise it would have gone off like that. That fireball would have exploded everywhere.
Sorry, I didn't really think that far through.
Tanner, perhaps this belongs to the Baba Yaga then, if she uses these skull traps to guard her stuff. Do you think?
It's either
Then
that or it's.
what would it be doing down here? Who does this altar belong to?
I was going to say, unless the skull went rogue and left on its own accord, it wouldn't surprise me.
Adonis, I'd be careful with that. I'm not sure what that item is. Let me just have a look and see if I can. Can I look it over and see if there's any kind of runes or any kind of like magical etchings or any kind of things that would indicate it has powers beyond what it looks like
on the
on
little
this
stone case.
Yeah, that object there.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Go
are these
ahead.
two objects kind of together, I guess, or separate? Like,
They're
are
separate.
they're both stone?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, then I will kind of look over both of them and see if I can determine anything. Obviously I
This
don't
one
have
looks like
detect.
more a wood case, but anyway, either way, you can roll an investigation check.
Sure.
Adonis will assist.
Investigation. Please and thank you.
With guidance, anyway.
Oh.
Yes. 20.
Not even here. Huh. Okay. 20 is pretty good. You can see there is some faded runes on top. One of them seems to be an illusionary rune, but it doesn't look like it's got any kind of magic left on it. It looks like it just seems to represent that. So it doesn't look like there's any obvious traps. This thing's so old, if there was one, it's either rotted away or it'll probably not activate. But
Grizz, that spyglass of yours. Do you see any colors when you look through at these objects here?
spyglass doesn't do that, but the prismatic
The
lens does.
kaleidoscope. The kaleidoscope. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's faint thing inside of it. It has illusion magic.
Yeah, okay, that lines up with what Eridonis, it's some kind of trick, I think, an illusion of sorts.
Hmm.
I put my hand on it. Does my hand pass through it? Like on the box?
No, you can actually feel a solid case. Yeah.
And
If you want.
Grizz, nothing with this object here. No colors at all. No.
On the other thing, no. It's stone as well, so I can't quite see through it.
So you're
That's
saying
good.
that this has illusion magic on it?
No, inside of it.
Oh, well, Eridanus will try to open it.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll stand back. I'll try to
Yeah.
stand back, but he does it at the same time, I guess.
So you open it and the lid breaks off from the case. It looked like it did have a hinge, but it's so rusted that it kind of just falls off. And instead, you see there is a small indentation, like an engraved. Sorry, it's like embossed in the center, like a small dip. And resting in that dip is a strange looking whistle with a chain. It appears to be comprised of some sort of bone-like material with engravings on it.
Wow.
Eridanus is
What are the
going to-
engravings?
Yeah, what are the engravings? That's a good question.
So they seem to be simply decorative, but you can give me a investigation check as well, or even an
Guidance.
Arcana actually. Sorry, even Arcana works.
I
So.
will guidance myself because I'm going to damn well need it in my case. 9.
9. It looks like there's a face in there, maybe like an animalistic face, maybe a wolf. Can't 100% say, but it's intricately designed in there. Whether it means whether it has like a meaning behind it, like an arcane meaning, you're not 100% sure. But here's the image of it.
Oh, I like that. Eridanus looks at it for a moment, sort of looks at the slight wolf-like design, and then, for some reason, has the urge to give it to Grizz.
Hmm.
You want this, Grizz? It's got kind of like a wolf on it, I think.
Hang on, be careful. You don't know what this is gonna do. These kind of things, they need to be identified.
I was thinking Grizz could keep a hold of it. We're planning to go see Terrig anyway, so keep a hold of it and we can ask Terrig.
It could be cursed.
Okay. Alright, says. Uh-oh.
I mean, if you want, I'll keep a hold of it and till then, and then once we find out what it does, if
I
you
mean, we
want
could
it, Grizz,
always
you can
just
have it.
just blow the whistle on our way out of here, just to see what it does, knowing that we're not going to get
You
in
know
its
what?
way.
You know what? Eridanus takes the whistle. He's going to walk over here, back down to
Oh, no.
where the hags were, and he's going to blow the whistle.
Okay. Let's see how far
Leave
away
him
are
a
you
nice
from the
little
others.
trap.
You are
Uh,
35 foot away, aren't you? Let's have a look.
I'm hoping this somehow affects them on the ethereal if it goes bad.
Well, let's
just make sure
see.
you've got like one hand on the. Dia's going to come with you so that she can help you close the door if need be.
Okay, Di, I need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom,
You
sorry.
should be good at these.
19.
Plus
What
3.
up?
19?
Plus
I
3.
think- You in range?
They were before Di moved.
Not in range of Tanner, but I was. I don't know. It depends on when he blew the whistle.
The moment the whistle's blown is when that will occur. So
Hmm.
if you're with Eridanus now, then you're away from Tanner. But still, already with
Well,
the
I would have
19.
followed down with the idea of like, oh shit, maybe I should go with him and help him close the door. So not following behind, but not necessarily with him. I will leave it up to your discretion as to whether I made
Oh,
it.
it doesn't really matter much. 19 is already a pass, so you're good. But
Okay.
it's
Okay.
strange. You can sense the whistle change pitch in your head for a moment to that of like a howling wolf in the distance, as if something on the moors is hunting you down, and there's just a sudden sort of feeling of unease. The hairs on your back might stick on end, and then it subsides, and you sort of shake it off. The whistle sound goes back to what Eridanus is making it sound to be like.
Dana stops whistling and is just like, did it do anything? I heard it whistle.
Yeah, I got a weird, creepy feeling. It was really unpleasant, but I don't know what that would have. Did yeah? Did you hear a wolf howl by any chance,
Did I?
or just the whistle?
Uh, Eridanus, no, as you're the one whistling.
Did I
No,
get
you did
any
not.
feeling as I was whistling it? Like any feel of the magic or whatever it was intent sort of thing?
It felt like you were felt more like you was an eye of the storm sort of feeling, like everyone else was affected, perhaps, except you.
It almost seems like some sort of error effect that doesn't affect the wielder. Maybe a fear effect or something. Ember,
Right.
you've been to school, right?
Of course. Nothing but
What
the
did,
best.
what did he? What do these runes say? What is this
Uh,
thing?
can I?
Let's just make sure
Well,
that
they're
it's
arcane runes.
yeah.
They're. I don't read giant. I don't know what they say.
I mean, it's not
You can't
giant. It's just etchings. Daya thought she heard a wolf when I blew it.
Does it look like anything that I
I
can
felt like
decipher, Chris?
maybe becoming a target or something. I don't yeah, I don't want to
Or
be
maybe
near
it's
that
like
thing
a
if it goes
whistle.
off
Maybe
again.
it's like a whistle of Hunter's Mark.
Does
That'd
it
be
look like
cool.
anything I can
Oh.
decipher, DM?
Okay, you can
Ember
roll an
can.
Arcana check, Ember.
And I'm gonna guidance you, which isn't much help. Nice.
Hey, for
21.
once, pretty good Arcana check. It's rare.
Yeah, for real.
Ember's been really unlucky with those. But going off of the sign that you saw on the case, it was an illusion, and this is clearly no illusion. This is a whistle. You heard it. It's physical. You can pick it up. You must deduce that this creates an illusion, but within the mind of a creature. Dyer was quite able, like easily able to overcome that sensation, but her describing a sense of being hunted gives you the idea that it could be something akin to the fear spell, which is an illusion spell.
I would explain
I
that
didn't
to
know that. That's
Ardonis.
interesting.
Blow that around someone that you want to intimidate, Ardonis, and maybe, it'll help you out. Make people scared.
So essentially it is a fear
But
whistle.
Ardonis, don't blow it too much. We have to check it out. We have to learn about it. Maybe
Oh, yeah.
it can only be used so many times. You don't want to
Yeah.
waste its potential.
Eridanus looks at Grizz. Grizz, you're kind of scary enough as it is, so in case we need someone else to be scary, I'm gonna.
Super scary.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call it Wolf Whistle of Fear in my sheet for the time being until we get it identified. Because I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because we obviously don't know a name of it yet.
Could just be a wand of fear, for all we know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Wand in
Right.
whistle form.
Yeah.
So that's that. What's in the other box?
Which would be a great find, by the way.
In the other box, you can roll a D100 from the hag's. What's in a hag's lair, right? Table.
Another child.
Yeah,
Several children.
child.
Things found in a grave, items in a hag's lair. Roll.
Severed head taken from a rival long ago.
Oh,
The
makes
neck
sense.
seeps blood from its wound and constantly softly whispers, nigh incoherently, saying all the witch has learned from her lived life, tales of old, hidden secrets, and recipes long forgotten, to name a few. Well, to go along with the skulls in here, I'm gonna say that it's rather than just a severed head dripping with blood, It is another one of
Skull.
these skulls. This one kept aside from the others. Maybe their containers have long since rotted, or while someone was looting through here, they emptied them. So this, yeah, it has another skull, and this one can speak, and you can hear it whispering as soon as you pick it up, or even just open the case.
Yeah. Eridanis is gonna just ask it a question just to see if it's just speaking incoherently or if it's able to, like, actually respond. Hello, who are you?
Tanner, Tanner, get over here. Stay close.
Okay, I
This
think
very
we
skull.
sh-
Hold my hand.
I think we should take this to the Tinker Hags because they might be able to learn something from it.
Really
I've
good
got
idea,
one other.
Eridanis.
I've got one other thing I'm gonna say. What was the Night Hag? It was Mathilda, right?
Hmm.
I'm gonna say Mathilda Mudwallow to it. See if there's
Oh,
any reaction.
yeah, there is. There's like a reaction of fear, it seems, as it happens.
Yeah, because
Hmm.
from what we know,
Oh,
from the little we know of her,
no.
she like because she doesn't hang around with other night hags. She hangs around with like a green hag and I don't know what Dreldy is. I don't think is Dreldy a night hag. So I'm wondering
What
if
language is that?
maybe
Do we know it?
Yeah, it is some sort of other language. It is incoherent, but perhaps it's a language that one of you speaks. Let's have a look.
is it deep speech,
Alright.
druidic, primordial, or sylvan?
Oh,
Is it Elvish or Celestial?
it
I can't
is.
understand it, but
Ah, you and Grizz can understand it, Eridanus. It is Sylvan.
Ah,
And what they said then was, as a warning, like it's the word or phrase for be warned. Be warned when you spoke that name.
that no, that makes sense. I have a feeling that this skull might belong to one of her former um coven members, perhaps. But now Eridanis looks up. We need to get out of here.
right away. I'm starting to get the creeps down here, Eridanis.
Yeah. Fortunately, we don't
Well,
have a
with my
door.
fancy boots, I can climb up a chute and lower down a rope. I mean, it would be very easy, in fact.
Yeah, that's perfect. I was trying to think of a way for us to do that, but that works. So
Alright.
you can, I mean, because you can walk along the ceiling. There's a chute above where Eldanis is right now.
Yeah, I can walk on the walls or the ceiling and up the
You
chute
could
as well.
walk on the walls, walk up the ceiling, then walk up the chute, then lower us a rope down, and like after time. So my guess,
God, it's tough down here.
yeah, my guess is
My guess is someone got freaked out with the whistle. They got scared of it and threw it down there.
yeah. I'm just because obviously that one leads to
Makes sense, Grizz.
that one
One we
leads
came
back
down
to their
leads to the
quarters.
minions' quarters. We don't know about the other two. Do we
And we
wanna? Is
know
it
one
worth?
of them. I mean, go up this one and see what it is. I mean, based on all the skulls and stuff, I'm wondering if maybe this is going to lead us back into the lab.
Could be.
Because we
Yeah,
know
why
there's
not?
one in the
I will.
lab.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I will climb up the walls, the ceiling, up the chute. And when she gets close to the top, she's going to do so stealthily, because she
Okay.
doesn't want to poke her head out in the middle of a hag coven.
Understandable. Roll a
But
perception check as well. Oh, sorry, stealth, then perception.
okay, stealth. Roll. Not great. Perception. 17 perception.
Okay, cool. So, 17. You can make out the sounds of chains dragging across the floor, and for a moment, briefest moment, there is the flashbacks and fears of a certain Selhoff, the Light Warden. But
Mm.
you dealt with him. There's no chance in hell he's still alive, or he's back. But you can hear something sounds very familiar to it. You get closer to the top, and you realize it comes to a roughly 10 foot by 10 foot chamber. It's odd.
Mhm.
There's no doors or windows, but you can definitely hear the sound of chains coming from somewhere. The ceiling, nothing. The the material, it seems to be almost metallic and paneled.
The hell?
The ceiling is
Yep.
paneled.
Some kind of
Yeah,
cell?
everything is like paneled and metallic,
So
which almost
my
reminds you of
the chute
Geralt.
ends up in this room.
Yes,
Okay. And the chains are the sound is coming from outside of the room.
that's right. Which you would
Okay.
think would be muffled, but it's not. It's actually quite clear.
Yeah, that's very strange. I don't like it. I'm gonna go back down the chute and report. But although are the walls paneled in the same way as well? Sorry, before I go.
Yeah, they are.
Everything is wall panel. All right. Yeah, I'll report back to the others and say it ends up in some sort of strange cell, like in the menagerie, where it was all blocked off. There wasn't any entrance there, but I could hear the dragging chains of the Light Warden, clear as day. But it wasn't there in the room with me. I'm not quite. Anyway, there's no exit. There's no entrance there. But
Well, were there any torches, Daya? Did you see any torches lit?
There wasn't
did
any
I see any
light
torches on
sources,
the wall?
no. No.
No, nothing like that. Just an
Eh,
empty,
The
bare
dragging chains didn't
cube with
sound like
paneled walls.
immediate.
Mm.
The dragging chain sounded like it was not too far away, like not distant, but not
We
right in that room as well.
we
Just
destroyed a light.
close.
That's what I would have thought too, but I mean, maybe something like that can't be destroyed. I I don't know. All right.
New plan.
That's what
I don't like the
Unless
sound
it
of
is,
this.
new plan. Let's try the one that the one that we haven't gone up yet.
Okay,
Which
so
is
Well, that probably
is the
goes
or
to
is it
the room with all the statues and the equipment, Daya. The ones that.
yeah, so we would need to push this twice, I think, and that should get us there.
okay.
Better?
Or we actually no, if we go to here, actually, we
Or
can
we
push
could just go
once.
back to the minions' quarters where it's a known quantity.
Might as well explore whilst we can explore. If we go, honestly, I'm just stalling for time for various reasons, but
How exactly
Let's,
are we planning on getting back up?
Not
well, Dyer can climb up walls and then drop a rope down.
That could work.
Yeah, I've got the grappling hook. I've got lots of rope.
I
Lots
can
of
get
room.
myself up. I got enough that I can cast one more spell. Feeling pretty tired, but
Oh, that's actually a good point.
you just had a long sleep. What do you mean?
not long enough, Grizz.
I- I could just turn into something to fly up there. I forget I can do that.
let Daya do it. She's got the boots. Let's be smart here.
Yeah, I was more thinking so I don't have to climb a rope once the rope's down because I do not trust my climbing capabilities.
Come on here, Adonis. You can climb.
Well, we can stick Grizz at the bottom since he's the strongest, and he can
Yeah.
catch anybody who stumbles. Yeah.
Right,
I don't
so-
know. Tanner, he's looking pretty strong these days. I think he might be a little bit stronger than old Grizz, even with
Yeah,
the
I
Titan's
think-
blood.
Yeah, I mean, Tanner seems to have been working out behind our back because he has been looking extra
Pushing
swole.
these walls, Tanner, all day.
Oh, stop
Right.
it.
So, well,
One more, Tanner.
let's push
Chris?
this wall because we have to push a bunch of walls in order to get back to the minion quarters because
Let's
Right.
go.
Which one? This one?
this one.
This one,
This
right
one.
here.
Just gonna push.
And I will. Oh, I don't even need to bother. I'm just like, Aradon is like, should I guidance them? Nah. This point with Tanner's ungodly strength. There is no wall there, you lie.
I know. Godly.
Ridiculous. His strength rolls.
Alright. So once again, kind of revealing the same area as before. Once I stop flailing with the thing. Have I got it? Yeah. Cool. It opens up the same passage you've been to before.
Right. Same thing. Gonna walk on the walls, the ceiling, up the chute.
Up and away,
Stealth
Diana.
mode. Yes, yes, yes. Hold your horses.
Someone were to zoom
So
out
we'll guess I'll
on
roll
this,
stealth. Uh-oh.
that might help. Just because you've uncovered things through Fog of War.
Yeah.
So
I
Oh.
can only see what's available.
I
should-
can see. I can see.
I can only
the
see the
dining
sort of
room. This,
vaguely
yeah.
star-like. Oh, I can't see that at all. No, I don't see any dining room.
That's all I
Everything's
see.
black.
I see a old dining room from the portrait.
yeah, no, I mean what you've uncovered here in the
Yeah.
dungeon below.
Oh,
Yeah. It looks like there may be like another chamber or two, possibly. But for now, if we just.
well,
Yeah.
like right here, maybe a triangle, an extra triangle.
Yeah. Maybe.
Like, yeah, like down here. Yeah.
If it's
It looks
symmetrical, yeah.
like it looks like a deformed
Oh, sorry, yeah,
ninja
it'd be
star,
there.
but
It'd be there, yeah.
But either
No, 'cause
way,
you've already
if-
tried this wall.
Yeah. So do you want to try climbing up that one, Darren? We'll see where it goes.
You still want to go up here,
yes,
Candy?
sir. All right. Gonna stealth and perception.
7.
Same 17.
Which hole did you came down in through the minions course, didn't you?
Yeah, which is this
That's
one
We
right here.
came through the
Okay.
minions' quarters. Yeah.
Cool. All right then. So, getting up to the top of this one, you look around and you realize you are back in the Bone Museum.
Okay. Bone
Which you didn't realize there
Museum.
was a hatch here before, but there is one to the Bone Museum.
Yes.
That's why there's bones kicking around
Actually. Yeah.
underneath, yeah.
You know.
Museum. I don't.
Yeah.
I'll come back down and report and say I don't. Well, which part of the Bone Museum? Just.
Let's see. I gotta go back there myself.
Trying to find my map and see where we are. There was a hidden wall. There was.
Oh, here you go. It is underneath one of the tables where there was a large, like, rhinoceros-looking skull placed on top of it. Yeah, this is literally just
Okay.
under the table. No one looked under to see it, but yeah, it's there.
Okay. So I will go back, report that to the party, and go. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. The Bone Museum and the Minions' quarters are adjacent.
Sounds like as good a place as any. Let's go.
I mean, as long as we can
Okay.
get out of this place, I'm happy.
If you could secure a
Okay,
rope,
so
how high up was it?
How high up is it? I think I've got 50 feet of rope, but probably a couple of people have got that. We can bind them together?
Yeah. We can tie them together.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. You can easily climb up, and there's no real checks required to climbing a rope. It's easy enough. If someone wants to fall, then Grace could easily climb to the top and pull up the rope, and you don't even have to do the climbing. You just hold on to it. So working together as a team,
Yeah.
you all clamber back out, and if you want to be on the back into the Bone Museum, I'll drag you there.
Let's be in.
Yeah, that.
Let's be in the museum.
Then from there, I mean, now thinking about it, the minion quarters actually would have been our best route to get back to Terrig, but then we would have had to move like 3 or 4 walls and de-puzzle it, because we had to move like 1 wall to be able to move the wall to.
We can just walk right to
Yeah,
the
we
main
can just
quarters
walk.
from the Bone Museum.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a door to the minions' quarters from the Bone Museum.
Oh yeah, there is,
Yeah,
because
it's
that's the
perfect.
one we found last session, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say. So,
Yes.
So we're going to Terrig?
Yeah.
yeah, because
We're
we
going
need
back
to
to
report
Terrig's.
we need to get some things identified, I think, and we also need to report that weird thing in Geralt's lab with the cube and things, because
Oh, and Terrig promised that he would identify my ring as well
yes.
if we dealt with Geralt, which we did. So
Yeah.
I would like to cash in on that. Like truly identify it, because I got one more wish on it, and I want to know how it works specifically. I have my ideas, but I don't.
Yes.
Okay. You should have loaded to the next.
Oh, you know
map.
what? I know what that
Black
room
screen.
is. It's in the Bone
Okay.
Museum. We have it listed as a prison cage. If it's
I
yeah,
can't
it
see
is a prison
anything at
cage.
the moment. Can you like pan it to where we are, Chris? I just see a black
Because
screen.
it says you're not even on the actual map yet. I think just everyone do a quick refresh. I did activate the scene, but do a refresh anyway.
Yeah, I'm stuck on 99%.
Yeah,
Reload.
Yeah, okay. I'm
mine's
happy
taking a
we
while to
found.
load.
All right, I'm happy you figured it
Maybe the
But anyway,
servers.
so you want to go back to Terry, yeah?
Yeah, that's where we need
So,
to go, because
easy enough.
feed
You
them.
can go around and navigate your way to his dorm.
Yeah, because there was a
Knocking on
door
the
to the
door, he
minions'
says,
quarters.
"All right, everyone, who would like to step in?"
Yes, we believe we have some information that may be of use to you, possibly.
Speak.
So, we've obviously dealt with the Geralt situation, which means that Ember wants something from you. But whilst we were there, we saw this strange blue cube in the sky that seemed to be generating electricity for him. And the room and the place that cube was almost seemed to be like an infinite void. I don't know if that's anything
It
like
was
the
very
leaks that you were
strange.
mentioning.
Almost as
Yeah.
if
It
a
seemed
storm
almost to
was
be
being
another
let into the hut.
dimension. Hmm.
Well, as
He was
it happened,
drawing power from it as well, I should mention.
you have done well. Once you returned from Garros, I went to investigate for myself see if the leak was still active. And lo and behold, we are no longer being leached of energy or magic.
So it was Geralt
So
that
it was
was
Geralt all
responsible.
along then.
It would appear so. And he was drawing quite an enormous amount of it.
And potentially before him, Ludwig.
Hmm.
Suppose
And
you're
potentially
wondering.
after him, his sister. She is currently perhaps out and about, and would be upset to learn of his demise, or happy. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I honestly feel like she'll be happy he's dead, but not happy that
Dead?
he wasn't the one that caused it.
Yeah, we
Last I
killed
heard,
him.
he is in custody at the moment.
What? No,
Um,
he's in here.
we actually did we kill him?
Nope.
No, I don't think
You
we
knocked him
actually
out.
killed him. We knocked
No,
him out.
Oh yeah.
We knocked him
his
out.
memories. We also have his memories, but
He is
not
currently
dead.
in the prison.
Well, that's as good as dead, you know.
Once he's
Potentially.
recovered, I'm sure there are going to be many questions, but nonetheless, we have our one answer we need. You have restored the tide of flow in here. I suppose you're wondering what exactly it is you saw.
Yes, because that power was rather great. It kept like charging us with energy, and then we were like shocking each other or empowering each other, and it kept bringing his giant back to life. It was a very strange situation.
It
Also,
is
yes.
an incredibly powerful artifact, one that Baba Yaga has been trying to well, master for a long time. Once she came across it,
Trying to master.
she contacted me, knowing that I have some skill in manipulation of space and time. This object, this artifact, had just that. Seems as though it is able to warp things around it. But it is also an endless source of some unquantifiable power. Some have known it as many names, but the scientific one I've come to call it is the Tesseract.
Tesseract. Tesseract.
It is a fourth dimensional object.
Any
Where does it
reason why
come
it's
from?
a similar name to Tesseract, or is that by
Tesseract begins with a Q.
Tesseract? Understood. My bad.
And ends in a K. This is the Tesseract.
Tesseract. Very good. Can we use it for our own purposes, or?
Many have tried. The priests, the clerics, they tried cleansing it. The witches, they have tried cursing it. And the mages, we have tried dispelling it. In the end, we all obeyed it.
Perhaps
Seems
we
as
should
though it
try
has
harnessing it.
That is what Baba Yaga has done. You stand on top of, and underneath the Tesseract as we speak. You're
Tesseract is
standing
the
within
hut.
an unfolded space. And
Tesseract.
he brings up that illusion again, so that cube, and he kind of unfolds it. So you see like the net of the cube from like each face connected to one another. And then the faces kind of separate and rearrange into like a cross shape. And it's pretty evident. Each shape, each face kind of represents like a room within the hut. And he says, as you leave one side of this, you do end up here on this side of it. And he kind of represents like going from one room and appearing on the other side of another room. You're not teleporting, you're simply moving up and down one of the faces to another. You do not feel the move of gravity. Perhaps when you first arrived here, and you do recall going into that first room, you feel a strange sense of vertigo, but you've become all very accustomed to it by now. It doesn't even phase you going from room to room. This is how the hut exists. It is the work of the Tesseract. Or rather, my work with the Tesseract.
Baba Yaga would be completely unable to do what she does without you. You must be handsomely taken care of and rewarded for your.
Well, my work here is already completed a long time ago, but I have stayed to study the effects of the magic and her own experiment she has chose.
What would that be, Elena?
No, but perhaps that is a goal that is in line with her. Currently, what I know of her grand scheme is that she has chosen to fuse certain magics into the Tesseract, specifically that of the Feywild.
Adonis, you hearing this? Dia, Tanner, you're of Fey origin. That sounds like a
I
terrible idea.
hear it.
She might consume it.
Hmm.
I'm not sure what it.
Upset the
What do
balance
you
and the
mean
law
that
of
fuse
things.
the magics into this thing? I mean, what would that do? What has it done?
Well, if she is leeching magic off, maybe that's why your star was devoid of it. Why it needed to be. Maybe that will pull it off course, I mean.
I believe you've already perhaps experienced some of the strange effects. As you are well versed, I need not explain that Fey magic is tempered with emotions, swirling with dreams, and slanted in time. As a result, many chambers here are infused with raw emotion. They have unexpected results, and even the hut itself, the exterior, seems to exude and suffuse the life around it. You've seen God's Fair Forest firsthand.
And the
Noticed
off
how
swamp.
the indeed. There was an absence of natural-like creatures. Strange trees, the Gloom Glen, all of these are side effects from the radiation of this magic emanating. It is not the intent, however. But she does make use of at least the Druid Grove, picking ingredients, but it is not her intent to have it leak. She actually wishes to contain it, store it. To what means, I have no idea, but I'm waiting to see when she decides to open up that box and release it. But the Tesseract is, like I've mentioned, an unknowable quantity of magic. Think of it like a bag of holding without any limits.
Why didn't you tell us about this before, so we could have been looking for it, or asked Dr. Geralf about it?
Because knowing this is a tempting thing. It is not something that has been advertised freely to denizens of the hut. We needed to know that we could trust you.
Of course you can trust me. Tanner, he's been nothing but loyal. Dia, Grizz, even Adonis, and we all work on our house Cinderborn. Of course you can trust us. It's ridiculous.
Well, it is the greatest secret of the hut, and likely the most powerful artifact within it. Yes,
I
even
have the
more
most
powerful
powerful.
than that ring.
What? No, I can unmake that artifact. I can simply speak the words.
I fear,
It's
having already seen what that ring does, you would have catastrophic consequences. For the ring you have, you see, he waves his hand, eyes flash.
We had a
There's a
deal.
swirl of sand around your fingertip. He says, I fear that ring is cursed.
Well, I've already determined that. It seems to do opposite. But anything else? What? Tell me more. No, please. Sorry. Pardon my interruption.
That ring carries the same corrupted intent of the Bone Mother herself.
which
Uh,
is what?
Well, I've already told you many times.
What?
Wizards here and mages, we bend the laws of physics until they snap. These hags have distorted the laws of nature until they have screamed. That may have once been a ring of 3 wishes, or perhaps even it was never a ring of 3 wishes to begin with, but something born of the curse. He seems to have a think, like he's going to think for a moment. By that I mean Neuro's intelligence. There are other items like it in the hut. It's not the only magical item I have witnessed that has strange side effects. Maybe it is part of the tricksy nature of the magic here.
Well, hang on. What happened if I used it on the material plane when I went home? My whole reason to come here was to gain the abilities that I want to be able to make a wish, make things happen. I
Well,
don't want to be
whatever that is.
beholden to the Baba Yaga if I were to use this to. Perhaps that's what the visions spoke. Oh shit!
Whatever that is, Ember, I believe it'll have the opposite effect of helping you. I would not use it myself.
I'll look at Daya with like an apologetic look. Okay.
If you have a bargain or a pact with Baba Yaga, I would take it out with her. You have already done a great service, after all. You've done more than just simply brought her the head of Geralf. You've helped her in more ways than you can expect.
Of
Ending this
course.
leak was something of her top priority. You've sort of
Nothing,
killed two
nothing,
birds
nothing
with
but
one
the
stone.
best from us. We're professionals here.
Then perhaps it is time you are rewarded, Ember, properly, instead of this cursed facade you carry.
Yes, for sure, and deservedly so. How would I gain such favor? Who do I speak to? I am Forge Master after all.
You would speak to her, of course.
Ah, okay.
I will give her the news that you are the ones responsible for ending the leak.
You hear this, Tanner? We're gonna be
Nope.
rewarded.
He is playing RuneScape.
Ah, shit. Another dimension.
Uh, regardless, though, I want to thank you myself. I am eager to see exactly what she has planned for the Tesseract. Its properties are still... They're still a mystery, even with all I've accomplished here. Crafting an entire hut. I may be the architect, but I have yet to master the tools.
Daya, Erdonis, this is all very, very hard to understand.
Yes.
What
not-
what do you think what do you think we get from all this? What
I don't.
what have we
Well,
done
what
here?
reward do we
This
get?
we have
or
saved.
punishment?
I don't know.
We have
I-
saved the hut from this. If Tereg, the leak had continued, would that have been the destruction of the hut, do you think? Or
By no means. The power within the Tesseract has never ran out. One cannot simply leech it dry. All that would have happened is it would have slowed down the progress. It would have merely been a setback. But
A good
now that you
doctor.
have ended the leak, it means that plans can go forward, and she can complete whatever it is she has planned with it. Whatever she intends to do with the fey magic she has infused.
And it might be possible for us all to request a reward from her of some kind. And I have Aridanis sort of think for a moment, and it's just like, I have an idea in mind for what I would like.
So basically, what's happened here, Adonis, pardon me, Herrig, is the Tesseract was being used to create a dimension of sorts that was pure electricity and storm, and then the good doctor was drawing from this to fuel his to fuel Brego and his other experiments. Is that correct?
It would seem so. Yes.
Eh,
Elements are a paltry.
hang on now.
Well, they are simply child's play when it comes to the Tesseract.
You take that
harnessing-
back. The elements are very dominant
The,
They are
but
paltry compared to what the Tesseract can do.
the,
I
harnessing
find that
lightning
hard to
from it.
believe, Terrig.
the elements only exist within the factors of time and space. The Tesseract can control those. Therefore,
You're wrong, Terrig. Everything exists because of and Eridonis. You're both wrong. Everything exists because of the elements. We are the pillars of all creation, of all existence, of all matter. That's a bunch of bullshit. I don't see it that way.
He brings up the Tesseract once again and says, one may be able to harness electricity from it like Geralt did, but the Tesseract quite literally is lightning in a bottle. And you see the lightning freeze in motion inside the cube. Now think about what you can do. Not just harnessing lightning, shaping it, turning it into something else, freezing it in time. What about a
So-
lightning bolt that streaks across one continent to another? Space is no limitation for this thing.
Chris, I'm a bit baffled here, and sorry guys if I'm a little slow on this. Is he like holding it? Like, is it a little object?
No, he's creating an illusion of it.
So where is it? Where?
It is.
I was going to
He
ask
said,
him the
or
same
he's actually
thing.
already told you.
Is-
He said, you are
it
standing
is
on
the
it.
hut.
You are in it.
the hut
You
is
are
The
on
hut
Tesseract.
is the object?
You are underneath
This
it.
is my head's like right now.
Yeah, this is
The hut
where the
is a
hut gets
cute-
trippy.
Yep. Welcome to
Yeah.
the end game.
Sorry, Chris. I'm having a hard time wrapping my own damn head around. Okay, so
Think of
The-
this is why I try
No,
to use the
it's
cube
not
analogy,
just you
right?
because. Yeah.
this is
So-
crazy.
Yeah,
The cube is 6 sides. If you unravel that and you have the net of a cube, do you know what that,
Yeah,
that means?
like geometry class in high school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That net, imagine that as a battle map. The battle map that your tokens are on right now.
Okay.
Now, it is still a cube, but your minds are comprehending it as a flat image. So when you leave one room and you exit out the bottom side of the cube, you're actually going from the bottom side to the wall, right? You're going from the bottom face to the side face. And
yes.
for you, it looks like you've just walked along the door, opened up the door, and gone into the minions' quarters. When in actual fact, you've gone 90 degrees onto another face of the cube.
So this
Oh,
cube is
weird.
really like some kind of really magnificent mansion.
I mean, yeah.
But
Yeah,
how
it's-
does it?
And that's what fuels everything in here. It is shaped by, like you mentioned, you mentioned the magnificent mansion. He is the architect of that. He's used that tesseract and made this place, the walls, the stairs.
Why
None
is
of them
he
was
not the
made by
most powerful
carpenters.
being here? Like I'm sorry. Interrupt. Continue.
Mm.
I'm so.
Go on.
Why is Tarek not like the most important being? Like it feels like he's more powerful than the Baba Yaga. Like it
It's
feels
a-
like he.
He says
he-
that it's still a mystery, and he has not yet been able to master it. He says that when he wields the Tesseract, he has to obey its law.
And Natasha was his student, right?
No, Tasha's not
No,
Tarek.
she was
Tasha's
yeah, Tesseract.
Yeah, I know it's a little confusing. So we have the
Okay, yes.
we have the Tesseract, which is spelled like that, and we have Kesserast,
Tesseract.
which is spelled like that.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a Essa in the
Tarek.
middle, but they're still vastly different names.
Yeah,
Um,
sort
right.
of the way in my head I try to picture this, which is kind of it helps me, is rather than being a cube and you unfold it and it's flat on each side, it's more like you unfold a cube, but then each bit that you've unfolded is another cube.
well, I was gonna get onto that in a minute, but that to me sounds even more complicated.
Yeah, I
That fits in
actually
my
kind of was
head.
picking up what Chris was putting down, but I can't imagine a 2D object in a 3D
Okay.
object, or
Well,
the way
that's what he's
around.
about to go to now. He's going right next and more advanced class.
Holy fuck.
The
Okay.
Tesseract is, as you know, represented as a cube, but there are more than 6 sides on this one. You've seen more than 6
Of
rooms.
course there are.
I count at least. There are over 50, possibly even 70 rooms now within the hut that I am aware of.
I would hope you're aware of all of them. Otherwise, someone's pulling a fast one on you.
Baba Yaga has been crafting an inner sanctum. She has found an entrance, perhaps inside the cube itself, where she is. That is where she is storing the Fey wild energies. But regardless, I am at least aware of 60 rooms that I have crafted and created. There are more than 6 sides on this cube, and by that I mean there are almost an infinite possibilities. You see, the Tesseract is actually a four-dimensional shape, and this is where he creates another illusion and starts to show you that there is a cube within a cube, and the vertices of each of that cube shoots out to another one. So just imagine a cube inside a cube, like a box in a box. Okay,
Yeah.
and you draw lines from the corners of the box. And he says, this is still not a full representation of it. You're simply seeing the net of a fourth dimensional shape. This is the only way we can comprehend it. But this is the illusion he starts creating.
Man, if you guys could see my face right now, like
This is the sort of thing that I'm imagining. The actual image doesn't move like it does on the thing.
Ooh, no, it's
In the
moving for
page.
me, and it's that kind of weirdness.
It's trippy.
Yeah.
There is an
so what he's
infinite possibility.
saying,
You
I was about
take-
to say, what he's saying is that literally this could become anything, and large enough. So, Tarek, sorry, I get my tongue wheel twisted here. Theoretically, if someone were to hold it, be big enough or small enough or infinitesimal or colossal enough to hold this in their hand, who would possess such a thing? Like gods? How would you even control it? How have you controlled it? If you're inside of it, how do you interact with it? Do you talk to it? Do you? I don't understand this at all.
I manipulate the time and space around it.
How?
It seems to him using chronomancy, of course, the most powerful magic of all.
The fuck it. Have I ever heard of chronomancy?
Roll an Arcana check with disadvantage,
Okay.
and we'll see.
I mean, to be honest,
Okay, that was
20.
pretty good. There is more than one. There are more schools of magic outside of the normal schools of magic. Necromancy, transmutation, chronomancy
Nine.
was always a myth almost, but there's proof that it can work. After all, you have some, but you just
Haste, I guess. Yeah.
it's haste. But people have called it transmutation, not chronomancy, because that's how they've come to understand it. It's like when It's like when you go from GCSE science to an A-level science to like a university like level. They go, right, everything you learn in GCSE, yeah, you know all that stuff about you learn about the laws of physics and stuff. Forget about it. That's all just like that's
Elementary.
basic. It's elementary stuff, and it actually has
Okay.
a ton of inaccuracies, and it's actually bad habit to continue learning that way. We're gonna have to make you forget everything you knew and begin fresh, because all of that's basic stuff to get you to get like it's basically a memory test, but it's all wrong. Like the laws of physics as scientists know them is on such a higher level that yeah, it would be too much for kids. They basically spoon feed them this really basic stuff. It's called transmutation, but actually you're learning chronomancy, but just like a 1, 2, 3 ABC level.
Grown up, is that real? What?
It is real. You have seen it. You have witnessed it, and I can show you more of it. But this is besides the point. The Tesseract, no one has been able to fully master it. We are simply looking out. We're looking from the outside in. It is like trying to solve a puzzle box. We've only discovered the first steps, but not truly unraveled it. I believe Baba Yaga is perhaps planning to do just that. Turn it inside out. That is my theory.
It sounds incredibly dangerous and without.
Dangerous? Yeah. But highly
Does it
fascinating.
concern you?
It does, but I'm not concerned for, well, what will happen. I am simply here to observe.
And she's using the powers of the Feywild to do this? By altering it using Fey energies?
Indeed.
It
Bringing,
would make sense given how time is altered and different on the Feywild. Perhaps she's using.
she might be using it to scramble it. Effectively injecting it with a code that
Well, hang on now.
I
What would this
don't
do to the
understand.
prime material? My family. What idea? What, weep, Tanner. No, that is a terrible idea. We just fixed Dia's star.
you kind of see a blank expression on Tarek's face.
Tarek, this is gonna hurt people. This is gonna
Not
kill people.
necessarily.
It shouldn't happen.
It may
There's no
also
reason to do
lead.
this.
It may do that.
Well,
But it also
it may
might.
do that. Of course, it's gonna do that.
It may also leap forward our minds into a new generation, technology and science.
Every advancement in technology and science has risks and potentially sacrifices, but it is through those sacrifices that we advance, I suppose, is kind of
It's
what you're
about-
saying.
Have you ever heard of the
Yes, but for
concept
a
of?
scientist. Go
Have
ahead.
you ever heard of the concept of the Great Filter?
No, what is
Yeah.
that?
It is the idea that we as a humanoid species will eventually reach our limitations, and either our world will die out of resources, or the sun will engulf us, but we will never truly ascend, reach other places, live on as other more ancient races have achieved.
What
A
rate?
filter is
You don't have any proof of this.
I very doubt even the gods are going to just let us all burn out.
the gods could have been me and you, Tanner. The gods at one point may have been mortal. What if the gods overcame this great filter? They became something else, much more than their mortal shells.
Oh fuck! I know where this is going. Now I know what the Baba Yaga is doing.
This could be a chance for
What is she
ascension.
doing? Tell me.
Ascending, becoming a god.
Oh Lord.
But is
And
risking
you
this world
and
really?
you're okay with this, Tarek? Yeah. I mean,
We are
a
all
sacrifice is
theorizing.
something that you're willing to give up. She's not sacrificing anything. She's taking from other people. This is theft and murder. For what? Her own power? You're going to allow this to happen? You're going to watch it happen? What do you
She's
get out of
ascending to
this?
godhood.
Yeah.
Ascending
We
to
are
fucking
throwing
godhood.
around wild theories, first of all. Let it be.
Mm.
Let's be clear here. I do not know what the end result is, and nor do I know what she is fully planned.
You should, Derek. That is insane. You can't just do an experiment without having any kind of hypothesis. You need to have potential. How can you draw a conclusion without a hypothesis? There's a scientific method to all of this. You're a fool. You're a
She
bloody
is-
fool.
She is adding two ingredients together that have never been put in the same place. I know
Okay,
exactly
and-
what she's doing, but I just do not have the idea of the end result.
And why have you not attempted to at least hypothesize what the end result could be?
I think
What
that's...
kind of scientific method are you following here? This is disgraceful. Are you
I
hearing
think
this,
that's
Aradonis?
exactly what-
Tanner?
I do think that's what he is doing. I don't believe this is all on a whim. This has been a long time coming, hasn't it, Eric?
Indeed. I have
Any
been
kind of researcher.
eagerly awaiting the climax of this experiment for many, many generations.
And I can definitely understand that you may be able to theorize every single day, but even
The
my
only way
brain
to know
just
the
racks.
result.
My brain just racks thinking about the endless possibilities that she could be up to.
And
There's
the only
one
way to
possibility
really...
that nothing happens. That the hut simply collapses in on itself like a black hole and ceases to be, taking with it the memories that it ever existed.
That's completely unacceptable. I have things to do here. This is a betrayal.
Then you'd best act fast, Ember. And he turns an hourglass over and says, "For I fear that well, I do not fear, but I expect that her ritual is in preparation as we speak."
What the fuck? What the
What
fuck is this shit?
ritual? Tell us
What the-
everything you know about the ritual.
Motherfucker. What?
That has been the ritual has been deemed that it requires
I don't
three.
like this.
That's why she wants Tasha back.
I don't like.
Natasha back
The ritual is a coven spell, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
with
It
Eleanor.
is
That's what they want
Tasha
the
and
girl
herself.
for. She's a replacement.
But it would take years to get her ready.
Maybe they don't need her to be too powerful. Maybe they just need her to be powerful enough.
Or
This
just
is fucked.
present.
We gotta go to Natasha, man. We have to tell her. We at least tell her. Like we can use that dais.
We could try using the contact of the plane. So
Yeah,
possible.
Terrigs, not
Mhm.
Tarask. Is there? I can't even fucking speak.
Tarask. What?
Yes, Tarask. God damn it. His chamber. Holy,
Mhm.
what the fuck is this bullshit, man? Ritual.
Preparations are being made. I'm sure of it. Now that the-
Where? How? Tell me everything you know. At least I've done so much. I find these terms absolutely ludicrous.
Calm yourself, Ember.
No,
Mistakes can
this
happen
is not
when one.
right. This is you're gonna.
I think that it's clear based on what Tarek has said that it's going to occur in this inner sanctum that Baba Yaga has fashioned. Where that is would be useful information.
Well, perhaps
More
just
what I'm
now.
curious about is when is it? How long until this thing is
Yes.
enacted?
Where is the center of the hut? Yes.
We need to
It's a
know
good point,
when we need
Eridonis.
to leave because we need to be prepared to drop everything.
How much time do we
These
have to
are
fix this?
answers I am afraid I do not have. The inner sanctum that she has been preparing is hidden, but I have my guesses as to where it is and who can access it. But as to when it is happening, the leak was a top priority. Now that that has been dealt with, the plans can move ahead.
We've
Which
been
means
used,
I imagine
tricked.
I imagine we are in the preparation phase.
Tarek.
Yes.
Where did you grow up? Where are you from? Tell me a bit about yourself. We haven't really gotten a chance to, get to know each other.
Describe yourself in 5 words.
In 5
I
words,
failed-
Tarek.
If
I
you could
failed
be
to
a
see
tree,
the
what kind of tree would you be?
I fail to see the logic in this.
This.
I'm sure you can know exactly where I'm going with this, Tarek. Because that place that you cherish as your home, as we all have homes here, even though 5-day Eridonis here, he's got a home too. Gris just learned about his home. Just learned that his tribe is still doing well. You might not have a home to go back to, Tarek.
I
You
was
think about these
exiled from
things.
my home.
Well,
I have
you
no
might never go
desire
back.
to return.
Exiled from where, Tarek? From where?
He raises an eyebrow. Does it matter?
It does.
I do not
It
wish
does.
to return.
Exiled from where?
Midra. The capital of Midra.
And if
They see chronomancy as an outlawed school of magic. They
Well,
fear it as too powerful. One that one should not meddle with time.
and you don't
That is
see any
why-
reason to that, Tarek.
I
Sorry,
see them as
Tarek's from the-
short-sighted.
Tarek's from the capital city?
Yep.
Apparently.
Which
Correct.
makes a certain amount of sense considering what we know of Tarek in our campaign. A little bit. Some of the
I know
details
nothing
as
in
well.
this campaign, and I'm leaving that to it.
I
Yeah.
like that, Cam. I like that, Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
no,
Thank you.
I'm not allowing it to affect me. It just makes a certain amount of sense. But so from the capital. Well, never been there. Don't know what it's like. So,
Doesn't matter. It's not the point.
but the point is, he's been exiled. So clearly, and for what he's trying to do and what he has learned, so clearly he doesn't really care. I don't think you're
You
going
don't
to.
see reason as to why you've been exiled. You don't see, and you don't imagine that what you're doing could literally destroy the city. The city you call home or called home. You'll never go back. What is this
Going
madness?
back. Going
You're
back
worse than
is
the
exactly
Dr.
what-
Geralf. At least Dr. Geralf had a code, had respected law.
Going back is exactly what we can achieve should we succeed. Manipulation of time.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you go back. Sounds like you want to end all these. You know that you're just helping the Baba Yaga achieve godhood. You're just a pawn. Just like clearly we have been. Tricked. Nice deal. Well done. You know what? I applaud you. I applaud you. Well done, Tarek. You fooled me. You got one on me. But the Cinderborns, Tarek, you've made an enemy today.
Can I insight Tarek by any chance?
You can, yes.
I want to, in particular, when he's saying we can go back.
Yeah, okay.
The thing that I'm looking for is is there a hint of remorse in his voice? Like, is this kind of like
I was just gonna ask, what is he hoping to
nice.
go back to?
Is this like
Yes.
we're dragging on because sure it leaves Baba Yaga in a position of ultimate power, however they might get a scrappings of what they once were, or is this a case of he's using her? He
Go
knows where
ahead.
this is
Roll an
going.
insight check.
Nice, Cam.
That's a really good point to ask for one.
21.
21.
Let's go.
Okay.
Can I bend luck on that? A couple sorcery points? I don't know. I guess I can't because I don't really know what's going
Yeah, this
Can I
one's kind of just in
divine
the
smite
corner.
him?
Yeah, it's... All right.
Might be.
So a lot
Sorry,
has been
divine
said.
insmite.
A lot's been said back and forth. This argument, Terrig and Ember, constantly interrupting one another. It's hard to pick up on, but I'll say this: Ember just called out Terrig on like all of that, and Terrig doesn't seem to be offended or fazed by it. In fact, he seems to be interested in what Ember has to say when he says that. When he's calling him like a pawn and how dare he, and it seems as though Terrig is taking all this in as an interesting point in this timeline. Like he is not 100%.
Sorry.
He's not 100% set in stone as to this. He's already theorized so many things and gone in so many different directions. It doesn't look like he's actually that concerned about the ultimate outcome, but rather just learning from it and just expanding his own knowledge. So he
Nice.
said like, oh, nothing could happen. It could all just collapse into a black hole. But he doesn't sound like he's terrified of that. Doesn't sound like he's upset that he will lose the Tesseract. He just seems like that would be an interesting result. The same way it'd be an interesting result if the world suddenly exploded. It's all
Oh
just
my god, he's literally living the it's just a theory.
This
A
is like
However,
theory.
the most
fact Ed
YOLO
called him out.
motherfucker in this whole hut.
Yep,
Despite
true
having
neutral.
so much power and stuff.
That's true neutral for you.
Isn't
And
that, like,
also,
chaotic, or am I just not seeing things the same?
and he, as you try to pick up on what you asked for originally, which was remorse, no, surprisingly, he doesn't look like the type of person who's actually morose and trying to go back in time to change something. He sounds like he's interested in going back to learn something. How far back? You're not sure, but it sounds like there's something yet to be discovered there in the past that he wants to go find. Doesn't look like he's like guilty or like, oh man, he's not like he's not held down by these threads of guilt or remorse. No, he's curious as to what's back there, back in time, maybe even the start of time, to see how it all unraveled in the first place. Maybe it began with a tesseract. Maybe this is all one giant loop. He just wants to find out. Doesn't care about the end result. He just needs to know.
Information.
He needs the information, and what he plans to do with that, is maybe yet to find out. Maybe he just needs to know. The other thing is, Ember seems to be really pushing hard on Terrig to, help and be part of this. He's kind of sitting on the sidelines, and Ember's really like hammering in. Tanner, you can sense that Terrig seems to be raising an eyebrow and thinking about this, as almost as if he's thinking about helping you, because maybe he considers this an interesting diversion from the timeline. Maybe this is meant to happen and not this experiment completion. Maybe maybe if you can interest him enough in your own story, maybe he'll switch sides. But that's all you'll get with a 21.
Okay.
But he's
That
very
was a
interested
lot
in
of information.
the results. And maybe you interfering with it is a result.
That is just a complete mind. So maybe
Welcome.
Yeah.
we
True
got the
neutral, my friend.
timeline all along, right? Like, holy fuck, I hate time
Yep.
conundrums.
That's why he wants to know. He's so curious. He wants to know
Oh,
how it works.
God.
I
Okay.
will.
Time paradoxes, all of that nonsense. He just needs to fix it and figure out what it is.
So I will
Anyway.
cut off Ember as he's hammering on Terry. I think we need some time to discuss and find out what we're going to do going forward. We need to think about our
bathhouse.
future, Ember.
House.
I was literally about to say to the bathhouse. We need to think. It's literally the thinking tank.
Yeah.
This hourglass
Ooh,
thing-
yes, I like that.
Thank you. Nice game.
It is moving slowly. If you want to gauge how
Okay,
long you've got, the sands are
yeah.
trickling very slowly. But
And is there a lot of
it,
sand, or is there like, you know,
it's a lot of sand. There is a lot of sand, but you get the idea that things have been set in motion since you fixed the leak.
a lot of the,
That's what that timer represents.
okay.
I will walk over.
Preparations are being made. Sorry, go
I
on.
will walk over to Tarek, and
Mm.
I is the hourglass present?
It is on the table.
Okay, so I'll just walk over, and
Mhm.
I will put it on its side. We need,
He stops you and he says, "You do not want to do that. Not yet.
but
There
if
will
we
be a
pause
time.
our time, we can think of an option.
There will be a time to pause for time. Come back to
I
me when you're
was.
ready. Pause.
Can I insight this? Because I was going
Yeah,
to do it metaphorically,
I
like
know you were.
I am pausing
Well, it's
time, so
not.
we have time
I,
to think.
Everything is. If it's
I hate this. My
metaphor,
brain can't. I
if it's
can't
a
do this.
metaphor, it's the same as doing it in real. You get the idea, Tanner, that he stops you both physically. Like you don't often see Tarek like actually do something physical, like in action. He's normally very very reserved, sits back, but he actually stops you from touching the hourglass, which means that hourglass on the table is actually something. Like you get the idea, it is actually a magical item, and that if you turned it, it would actually pause time. That's just what you get. He's like, no, no, no.
Well, that's good
I
because
always
that's at
had.
least a point of vulnerability, though. Not that he ever
Huh?
leaves it behind, but
Okay.
He says, if you wish to pause time, come back to me
I
right
was only
now.
trying to use a metaphor.
Well, the hut is a metaphor, Tanner, for
No,
time
you
and
just
space.
spent it.
To the thinking tank.
Oh my god. All
Why,
right.
Ter- go, go put your feet up.
Derek, completely off topic.
Why?
You heard from Lady Mora?
Hmm. Lady
That's
Mora
making her way
is
out.
somewhere here, I'm sure.
I thought you were about to say no more.
No more.
I
No
would
more.
have died.
I don't know. Last I know, she went to see Baba Yaga. Yeah,
Not
right.
sooner.
You haven't.
No.
Is there a way that you're able to communicate with her?
Yes, I could send a message.
A small favor to ask, but could you please? I'm beginning to worry about her. She was on an errand for us, running a bit of a diversion actually on our behalf, and
Hmm.
I haven't really seen her since.
Okay, well, he closes his eyes for a moment, and about 12 seconds later, he opens them and says, she is currently questioning Dr. Geralt.
Oh,
uh, well, I suppose she might be the best one to do that, actually. At least she's still alive, which is,
Oh, as alive as she can be.
hmm, yeah.
James.
She said that you are not to worry about her.
That's reassuring. Okay, thank you, Tarek. At least you have a little bit of a heart.
Can I get you to identify this item before we leave?
Hmm,
Just a whistle
yes.
I found.
Okay, he brushes a hand over it. It's a type of bone whistle, it seems. Hmm. One that manifests their greatest fear in the minds of those who hear it. Hmm. Takes form in a wolf. Suppose you could call it the whistle of the hunt, or maybe it is
Uh,
simply called the bone whistle. But
Honestly, at that point, I thought you were going to call it a wolf whistle, and I might have had to slap you.
the whistle of the hunt sounds
Great.
more fitting. It is. It will
Yes, I
chase
like that.
down those in their mind. It is a 30-foot radius centered on
have-
those who use it.
Does it have a number of charges or anything like that, or is
Yes,
it?
it does. There are 3 charges. It seems as though one has been expended already.
Yes, I sort of tested it just out of curiosity. I thought it might just be a whistle, but
DC for which is 15.
fair. Do
So
you
it's
have an
pretty
item
similar
for
to a
that?
wand of then.
Do you have an item for that to
It
try
is
it on?
similar to a Wand of Fear, but it has like a wolf-like motif,
Nice.
and it's more of a radial than a conical.
Is it like limited use or charge?
Got
It
3
charges. It's
charges.
3 charges. No, like seems they will recharge every full moon. Well, every moon. So it's instead of dawn, it's every dusk, I guess.
Which honestly fits the other item that I've got, so I'm okay with that.
Yep. I just want all your items to recharge on the moon.
Yeah, it seems
Anyway.
that way.
It's yes, a nice little magical item.
Eh,
Well,
They
thank you for
handy to
that.
have, yeah.
Well, come back to me when you do need to buy more time.
Why would you make that offer to us? I thought you wanted this ritual to occur. Why would you let us stop it?
I'm
What about
interested. I'm interested in what would happen should the ritual be halted. He turns to you, ever so slightly, like gives you a look, dire.
Hmm.
You can roll an insight as well, dire, because he's specifically
Yeah.
answering your question.
Okay, yeah. Insight is 15. Not great.
Can't tell whether he actually has kind of taking a liking to the party, or if maybe he's just actually interested in what will happen if the ritual is interrupted mid-ritual, like what effect that would have on the effects of it, rather than a completed ritual, but more of like a halted one. That may have just as many catastrophic things. Like maybe Baba Yaga is trying to achieve something specific, and by messing that up, it becomes something else entirely. Something she didn't intend for, Tarek didn't intend for, but effectively it takes its own free will. Whatever energy is released, it becomes of its own accord, and Tarek may just be interested in that.
This is kind of what's blowing my mind. This is player speaking, not character. But this Tarek guy, he seems like, super intelligent. So you'd think that someone like this would predict all outcomes and factor in all potential outcomes and have like like almost like a flow chart of if this happened, this and this. But he doesn't seem to even cons- consider this. He just seems like, all right, we'll see what happens. I don't get that. It's weird.
Oh, he's got these theories.
It's
He's
a
already
weird.
gone through a few, but he is just interested in what will happen. Yeah, 100%.
That part of it is super like chaotic. Like that's like
Like,
super like
no,
rolling the
the
dice.
complete opposite. He's not interfering. He's allowing things to take their course. So it's actually complete true neutral.
Weird. Okay, yeah, I like
Yeah.
it.
Chaotic would be he is the one instigating. He is the one either stopping you or helping Baba Yaga. He's just sitting by. He's watching both forces go at one another and then seeing the end result. Whatever that result is the result that should have happened.
Okay, I like it. Nice.
Yeah. It's a
Okay,
hard
yeah.
it's a very hard alignment to understand, but anyway, we could talk for hours on this.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
guys
yeah, yeah.
are
Relax.
done with Tarek for now.
To the
He does
bad.
say you should speak with Baba Yaga about that reward, and or if
Certainly, yeah.
you
At
wish,
the
I
very,
can ask her for you.
Maybe
eh,
suitable to arrange a meeting with her if possible. Would be my opinion.
that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe we could. I think we worked on this one together, right, team? You guys worked well with me. We could all maybe give in a little something.
Right. Very well. It'll be up to her, but I'm sure Snurg will fetch you when you're needed. You'll be in the
Ah,
uh
or in
right.
our own personal chambers just south of the bathhouse. Why is it south, Eric? I don't even know anymore. But
And
just off the bathhouse, we have chambers, two of them
Oh.
where we stay.
understood. I'm sure someone will find you. Farewell for now.
Be careful, Terry.
Well, thank you. It's been enlightening.
Yeah, that spooky bitch.
Remember, the Tesseract itself is
The Tesseract.
incomprehensible. The Tesseract is incomprehensible. I myself have yet to discover its true potential. I can only theorize.
Where did you say it came from again? Did you find it? Did it fall out of the sky? Just
Abba Yaga
remind me of
discovered it.
how you. And how did she acquire it?
She has not told me.
Ah,
She contacted me after the clerics, the other witches. So she mentioned, like, he's already said this, but after the clerics failed to cleanse it, after the witches failed to curse it, and after the mages tried to dispel it, he was then contacted as, well, he was exiled and he's a master of chronomancy, the only one potentially. So he was contacted to see if time would
But
do
it-
anything with it.
yeah.
And he was never told where it was found. Kyushu has kept that a well-guarded secret. Like she has
Yes, well, I'm
all of
sure
her intent.
if I was in her position, I'd do the same thing.
Perhaps there is even more of them. Where she found them.
That is a disturbing thought.
Potentially, this is one singular grain of sand in an hourglass. It is
Either way, I'm a little
probably time you.
I'm curious about what kind of a place this came from, but we can address that at a later time, I suppose.
Go soothe your minds in the bathhouse.
Yes, we can reflect upon ourselves and what you have told us in the water.
So I'll drag you back there. As you return back to the bathhouse, Senris is like, "There you are. You left me." He's not really. He was left in the bathhouse, though. Ironically, that's quite funny.
That's because I think he asked to be.
Yeah, no, he did. Okay, I'm actually completely joking.
Because he wanted to wash under his mask, I believe.
That's true. He did. He's not here when you return.
Yeah. Well, that's a difficult one to comprehend, isn't it?
Incredibly dangerous. We all worked, very hard here. To have it all unwound, deconstructed, unfolded, if you will. I think that might be the best term to describe it.
Yes.
I really don't want to see that happen.
Yes.
I've got places to be, things to do, and to have that taken away from me, I won't stand for it, Eridonis.
I
Tanner,
agree. I do not wish to see the hut fold into the infinite darkness that absorbs even time.
We're bathing in the Tesseract right now.
Yes.
technically,
Oh.
Grizz.
According to Tarek, yes.
Technically.
And
And I went to toilet in the Tesseract.
I'm not sure how that works, but that's what they
Yes.
say.
And you
Yep,
slept in
And
the
multiple
Tesseract,
times.
and you've almost probably almost died in the Tesseract, and we've been in
And
Ember's
I've
dreams.
parted in the Tesseract.
Yes.
Many times, Grizz. We
Right.
all
I
have.
Wow.
think we understand the point.
Oh.
Let's get going.
Yeah.
I need to
I
sit down.
know,
Parted
I
on
know
private
that
shelf.
isn't an excuse for you to pee in the bathtub.
Oh, so like,
Don't do that, Grizz.
Don't worry, Grace. You can do it on the other side, segregated for science.
Neurodarnus will just sort of shape the
No,
water out and
don't.
splash the statue of thingy with it.
So, shall we take our leave? I think we've taken enough of Tarek's
Yeah,
precious,
we've
precious
gone to the
time.
We
bathhouse.
were already in
I
the
think.
bathhouse.
Oh, we're
yeah,
we're
it's
already
just
there.
tokens haven't moved.
Okay.
School theater of mind.
Sorry, I missed that.
yeah, you're over here.
We're not on my screen.
Yeah,
I
I'm still
still
in
have
Tarek's
us in
You're on the
Tarek's
right
room.
map for me. Oh, no, you're not. Ah, my bad.
Hope you are. I thought we were just saying all of this to Tarek. It's
Yeah.
like, okay. Okay.
No, you're in there. Yeah. You're in the bathhouse.
Okay.
So here's
Ready?
an interesting
Loading.
conundrum. If Natasha, well, Natasha didn't make the leap then. It was Dr. Geralt.
No.
Perhaps to screw their plan up, we can create our own leak.
There's
Our own
there's
leak.
there's a couple of ways that I thought that we might be able to screw with their plans. The
Okay,
first
we're listening.
is if it requires 3, and we're assuming one of those 3 is Eleanor, getting Eleanor away from the hut would screw with her plans.
I'd be very much in favor of this, and I've already attempted to really have her leave to stay with her
Which-
sister.
Yes.
She wouldn't do
And
it.
He has a lot of faith in her mother. It would take Quite
Yes, but
the-
I suspect that
quite the
faith is
demonstration to
magic.
convince her otherwise.
I think that faith might be magically enforced, which. But how to break that is difficult. It's potentially a curse and an enchantment. Well, enough magic, I might be able to do it.
I don't want to hurt her. You gotta be careful.
No, it won't, unless the necklace, which is what we assume is the thing, has some sort of enchantment on it to cause harm. If you try to break it, it shouldn't cause her any harm. It's apart from maybe the psychological kind, realizing that everything her mother has told her has been a lie, but it's gonna happen
I should be able to
regardless.
help her out with that.
Yes.
But maybe we have to contact her sister again and ask how to proceed safely.
I think they broke it using
Or
the
Senrith.
breath of Ladorvu, which won't be something that we can do.
I know we need a new
That's-
plan.
If that's how Natasha was able to destroy the necklace, but somehow she was able to remove the necklace and put it in Ludorvu's breath. That's taking that first step of
Unless
moving
Senrith
towards its
forced her
destruction.
into it.
Elena's not going to do that. She's still utterly convinced.
I think Senrith did it for her. Well, she was half convinced, but at the last second, really felt otherwise.
She's still very young, and she's known the witch as her mother all her life. It's going to take something incontrovertible from Baba Yaga's own lips to convince
You
her.
make a good point, Naya, as well as I think in terms of Ladorvu's breath, it was Tarek that destroyed it. Perhaps he did that with ulterior motives, not just quote unquote closing any holes, but well, I guess it's pretty obvious now he wanted to start this ritual, get things going.
It is a difficult conundrum indeed.
Or he he did it on purpose to prevent us from helping Elena, like Natasha was helped.
Possibility again. But
Okay.
again,
First,
we're
the
sort of
first
falling
question I
into
have,
the
in
whole.
practical terms. No, go ahead.
Well, Eridonis was just going to say we're sort of falling into the Terek mindset, thinking of all the possibilities, but well, perhaps the mindset he's not doing. He doesn't care about the possibilities.
Yeah,
He just wants to see the answer, whereas we're considering it. But anyway, the first thing you were, from practical point, I believe you were saying.
Oh, does she need Natasha to be the third as part of this ritual? Because she doesn't have Natasha. Or
seems she
is
is
the
able
new
to
girl the replacement for Natasha and she is the other third? So the
That
three would
was
be
my
Elena, the new
thought.
girl, and
Unless. Wait.
how long would it take to train a new witch to?
What
She'd have to be
if?
at least 13, right?
Yes, but
We
possibly,
something.
but she might not need to have any powers herself. She might just need to have the potential of it, because Baba Yaga has more than enough power herself to cover any
I,
um
I'm
lack on the
wondering.
other's part.
I did just think of one other possibility other than the child, which would actually potentially work in our favor. What if that's what she has in store for you, Dyer? As you've still got, like,
Me?
she said she had extra things to carry out, like to be a friend, a favor sort of thing. What a better way for you to repay her in her mind, possibly. After all, you've returned magic to your people. You come from an inherently magical race.
But I don't have any control over magic myself. That's
It doesn't seem powerful enough.
Oh,
No offense, Daya, of course, but
rogue.
none taken. I mean, you're quite right. That's not my strength.
But it
It's
might not be a control of magic that you need, but more you are inherently magical to some extent, so perhaps you would be a natural conduit for that magic. So that's me just thinking of other possibilities other than the child. Because if they're nearing the possibility, and they did say that they had to wait until the child turned 13, then I can't see how we're running short on time. She didn't look anywhere near that age.
I mean, that's a possibility too. Like we don't know how long the timeline is. If she's essentially immortal at this point anyway, she's got all the time in the world to wait until the pieces are in place.
But that is true, but it was more what Tarek was saying, that like the time was ticking, like the ritual is being prepared, suggesting that it's happening more imminently. I mean, technically, if they've got Eleanor, couldn't just Agatha be the third? She's a powerful witch, right?
could be. Yeah, I really don't know. We don't really know all that much about the power structure here. How the hierarchy of this hut. Who follows who? We know that Baba Yaga sits on top. Lady Mora is some kind of lieutenant, but that's all we really know.
But this is
Agatha one of the green hags?
One of the green hags? Do you mean which green
the
hags?
alchemists.
There's
The
there's
alchemists.
the Tinker hags.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Tinker hags.
The alchemists are green hags.
Green hags, and then there's Mathilda's coven.
So
they're night hags.
No, well, Mathilda is.
Oh right.
I don't think the other two are.
Rotten Ethel, Geraldine, and Mathilda are a hag coven.
But are they all night hags?
Mm-hmm.
No, Green Ethel is.
A
Oh, sorry,
green
Rotten
hag.
Ethel is green hag. As you've already been told, Geraldine, you don't know what she is.
Yeah.
Well, although you assume she must be a night hag,
I
possibly.
assume.
Mathilda, maybe as well. She apparently killed her last coven, according to you. But either way, Agatha doesn't seem to be part of that coven, nor does she seem to be part of the Tinker Hags,
Any of the
nor
covens that we've met.
Anyone's.
any of the covens.
Mhm.
No.
Have we even met the alchemists?
You have
Yeah.
very briefly, but you didn't go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
We
you haven't
we
done
do-
much.
it was only in the I was about to say the peasants' quarters. The
Peasants.
what are they called?
Minion
Minions.
quarters.
Minions. Thank you.
Minion
Guardians
quarters?
and servants.
Servants' quarters. Yeah.
We do have to. We still have that favor we owe to the Tinker Hags for what they helped us with you, Ember.
And we gotta steal a book.
Though, well, that was one of the things. I mean, it makes it. I mean, it's a risk, but I'm wondering whether it's a risk worth taking. If we're going to ask for rewards, and you're going to ask for the reward of, like, the true version of your ring, then I might just ask for the book.
Oh, clever.
Oh, that could work.
Sarah Jane, you might need to reload
Might
if you
work.
don't see.
Yeah.
I don't see one. Yeah.
It's
I
Map.
see the I see the bathhouse with me and Tanner and
Okay, you're good.
what's his name, the statue, but I don't
Yeah.
see
Very
you
good.
guys. Well,
Okay.
I'll refresh anyway. I don't know.
Oh, if you drag a box over your token, you'll probably because I deleted your token. Who knows? Anyway, you'll refresh. You'll be fine.
yeah, but
Mhm.
it's an
Yes, so you
inherent
have a number of
risk.
things you would need to do.
But we now know what the whistle does. We now have an idea from Tereg of what exactly is going on. And
Mhm.
based on what we've learned, we now have less reason to be on Baba Yaga's side in this situation.
Mm, quite. Would we be
So
able
if
to
we want,
reopen the leak in Dr. Geralf's lab? I mean, just
It's
to put a crack in the plans, literally.
it's possible, but
You
I
broke a
don't
lot
know
of the
what
machinery.
You destroyed the machine.
I don't know what kind of power we would need to do that, if other than the machinery in there. But
It wasn't just like
Oh,
a switch that we flicked
I have a
to open up the
question.
windows?
yes, Grizz.
So, all this stuff we learn about the cubes and stuff,
Yeah,
where does that leave Tyro? Where do you think he is?
Oh
That-
God, I
Couldn't tell you, Grizz.
I dread to think after what we saw of Brago. I pray Tyro is okay.
Well, I didn't see any known parts on the thing.
what
I
So-
don't
actually
know.
happened to Tyro?
I saw one part.
Tyro
thing?
crawled inside the bag of holding, and then he plane shifted inside the plane. No, he went into the ethereal plane inside the bag of holding, which
That's
apparently
right.
was tied to
But
the
unlike
hut.
yeah, but I believe
So
that Brego disappeared without a word, and we never found out what happened if he was taken against his will, if he disappeared or just wandered off. At least Tyro left a message behind. He had a particular thing he was going to do.
he
I
said he
I
was
have to believe that
investigating. Yeah.
yeah. At least he wasn't kidnapped, at least at the start. Who knows where he is now?
Yes,
I can
there are
we
stories
haven't
that
seen
Bring the
any
crap.
trace of him.
there are
Mm.
stories that all bags of holdings are connected in some sort of way. So it's possible that he crawled into this one and crawled out of another.
Whoa, 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 whoa! What if he is in the Tesseract? Whoa, because he would have. No, hold on.
What
He
if
might
he
still
is
be
the
here. He might
Tesseract?
just be on the other side. You know what I mean? Like Grizz climbs out of the bath and like goes knocking on the wall. Tyro,
Like
no.
in the space between the spaces. I mean, it's possible.
I
No.
don't think so, Grizz. He would have, done
Tyro.
something. This is all very cute,
It's
So-
Grizz, but
possible. I just don't know how we would go about finding him if that's the case. We
I
we
mean,
barely can
technically-
navigate the hut itself. Never mind the
I mean-
invisible dimensions between walls. Not that I don't want to find Tyro. I just where would we even start?
Do you have anything that belonged to Tyro?
I have his Castellan staff.
Yes.
Was kind of
yes,
his.
Or
it was his.
then if we
Hmm.
can find, because if Grizz's theory is correct and he's still within the Tesseract, as it were, then that should be considered on the same plane of existence as we are, which should in theory
Mhm.
allow us to scry him.
Theory allows us to what? Scry.
Scry.
To scry
Yes.
him.
How would we do that?
I have access to the magic required. All I would need is the focus required. And then with an object of his, or maybe if you had a piece of his hair or something like that, then I could potentially at least be able to see him and where he is, but it's no guarantee, but it could work.
Like all bags of holding are tied to one big bag, and the Tesseract is supposed to be time and space. So what if? Even Mr. Terrick said that it's like one big bag of holding, like an infinite one.
So, oh, I see where your logic's going, Grizz. I mean, that's certainly possible. And I mean, there are rooms we
Last
haven't
fucking type in
explored.
there.
Yeah. Yes.
Feel an earthquake.
Yes, a definite possibility, Grizz, and one we can definitely try. But I suppose before we consider things like that, obviously we've got a few things to do. We want to keep exactly where our allegiances lie to ourselves for the time being. But because obviously we want to get what we can from Baba Yaga whilst we can. But I suppose the question is, where do our allegiances lie in regards to Baba Yaga?
Are you suggesting we try to overthrow her or something, Ardonis? Like, there's no way.
Well, that's the thing. This hut, I don't necessarily mean overthrow her, but maybe we're probably nowhere near powerful enough to be able to defeat her, but we might be able to put a stop to her plans. But is that something we want to do? Are we turning against her plans, is my point. I'm trying to understand where the group feels in regards to Baba Yaga, because obviously that will see which way our decisions flow forward. There are options. There are things
I think we can all agree that we don't agree with this particular plan, this big plan. Am I wrong? Is there anyone who wants her to ascend?
Well, if you
Tanner?
mean think she might be trying to becoming a god, absolutely not. I can't imagine either the Tanner would. In Tanner, all scales are weighted. If one object becomes one side becomes heavier, the other side is pushed up.
Somewhere gets pushed
What about
down.
Raziel and all of this? We've already seen him. He's already looking pretty sunken.
Are you suggesting that perhaps as Baba Yaga gets closer, it's pushing Raziel further away from divinity?
No.
And
Raziel
other
has
gods,
faith
perhaps.
now.
I'm not sure that's
Well,
how
now,
the
but
deities work. I don't think it's a
I'm
zero-sum
not
game
sure
like
either.
that.
It goes against everything in my nature to allow her to ascend.
Then
I think
then
what
it
we've seen
seems
of her so far that she's ruthless, she's malicious, she will use anybody and anything to get her goals. I don't want that kind of a creature having more power, so whatever
there are
obligations I
gods
might
like
have to
that,
her. Mm.
but yes, I agree. At this point, I mean, from how things have acted, she's already to some extent gone against Queen Una, which I've never truly been on her side from the start. I've just been going with the group. But
Yes.
at this point, I feel a decision needs to be made because if we turn against this plan she's been putting into for however long, then I don't think that's going to be like something we can just talk her out of. It's going to be we have to stop her. And if we stop her, we become her enemies, is what I'm thinking. So, is that a choice we are making?
I I don't want to make any enemies. As a matter of fact, I'd like to make allies, but at the same time, if time is taken back from me, undo everything I've done here. I
Though,
I don't think we have a choice.
though, there is one other thing worth considering, Emperor, before, in your case and Tanner's in particular. As you have said before, time was taken from you. You were here longer than you thought. It had been a day for you, but it had been 9 years or whatever when you left. If
Horrifying.
if Terrigs thought that they would be able to go back is possible, then it might be possible to send you back with what you know now to an earlier time.
But see, here's the thing. I was very worried about that kind of thing. Like when I fixed Daya's comet, for example, I made sure to not have any other butterflies. I didn't want other side effects. I didn't want any other chaos, if you will. I did not want. If I do that, there could be two embers. It's no, I would not find that desirable at all. You're messing with things here, Ari.
It's not something that it was merely a thought,
No, I know, I understand.
but
Sorry.
yes, but time passes, people move, like a river's flow, it never ends. And it seems in this case the clear water's surface has reflected some growth within you. Don't mind me, but either
Thank you
way,
for that, Ari. I think I'm due for a nap.
I think so too. Perhaps it is. I imagine a comatose sleep is not quite helpful, but in this case, perhaps what we need to do is rest, think on this. But I think in at least if we were to put this to a vote, I think what is necessary for us is to we need we need to start making preparations for a confrontation one way or the other.
Sure, we need to be a part of this. We can't sit idly by and let it happen without our own influence. We need to make sure that any kind of ritual or anything will be mutually beneficial to everybody involved.
Remember what we learned in the God's Fair, though, was that if we want to weaken the witch, the best way of doing that is to take away her trusted servants.
The
I don't
chessboard.
know how if every, I don't know if everyone exactly, if everyone living in the hut knows of this plan, of this ritual, but I think perhaps they wouldn't all be okay okay with
Lady,
it.
Lady
And
Mora
if we can
certainly
take
would
some
not
pieces
be.
off the chest. Hmm.
You raise a very
Very good
very
point.
good point. Yes.
Yeah.
If this place is
Maybe
the
our next
Fae,
step is not so
and
much just to prepare for a fight, but to gain some allies and turn some
yes,
people from her side.
if this
Lady
place,
Mora has already been victim of a ritual of hers. I doubt she'd be too happy with hearing about another one going on.
yes, if this place is like the Fae as we've been told, if it exists in the Fae, then emotions here have power. If we can turn the emotions of those she trusts against her, then that in itself, even without direct confrontation, might weaken her and slow progress.
Generally, a way
It
to
certainly would.
attack a god is to actually attack their subjects, so that the
Shake belief.
yes,
The beliefs,
less,
the belief in their divinity. Yeah.
that's right. If you
Yeah.
have no people to believe in you, then what kind of power do you really have?
Yes, I'm wondering if that is one of the reasons why she is so set on returning Natasha, not just because she needs her as a piece, but because her being able to leave shakes the foundation of her power. Because why should you follow her if she is not,
Lost her own daughter.
yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's the
There
case
are,
with so many authoritarians is that if there's any dissent at all, it has to be crushed. Otherwise, others will start to think that they can leave as well. And that's certainly not a doubt that she can afford to have in here. So whether or
then,
not Natasha can be brought back into the fold, she has to be dealt with. Otherwise, it's a weak
yes.
point. It's a sign that there are other paths, and this is not absolute.
If we can get to Neffany, we can go east toward where Natasha's hiding, but it should be hard to find, I think. Or we could
Would
just
we be
contact her
able to
through
talk
the.
to her again through
I think
the
I could try.
authorized
I could
thingy?
try. If given a good night's sleep, I could possibly do it. Yes. I found her quite nice, actually, Dayash. I think you'd like her. She was very friendly. Made good tea too.
She has a strength of will that I imagine, that I admire quite a bit, if nothing else that I know of her. I don't know if
Hmm.
she'll be willing to come back or once now that she's gone and safe, but
I highly
maybe
doubt that
an ally
she knew
in
of
in a
this.
fight.
Whoa! That's how that's how she knew of the hole in the hut because she worked with Dr. Geralf's sister and therefore learned that of Dr. Geralf's plans. That's how this all connects.
But wouldn't she have met Dr. Garro's sister after she left? Well, I
Yeah.
suppose
Hmm.
Yes,
Mhm.
but
so.
Dr. Geralf had correspondence with.
Her sister.
Yes, but not enough to. But I like where your mind's thinking. There is definitely a more complex pattern. Whether that's something that's actually decipherable is another question. It's like a spider's web within a spider's web. But
Also, Doris says Spider's Web.
yes, we did.
Hello, Snurg. How are you?
Um, Someone's here to see you.
What? There's someone to see us?
Someone's here?
Send him in, Snurg.
Oh, okay.
Oh no.
Just making sure you're
We're
decent.
very vulnerable right now, group.
Yeah,
Yeah,
was
Just
I
need
just saying
one
I will need to
person.
go fairly soon, just because of the
yeah.
time.
Hopefully this is a brief conversation, but we'll see. Aerodon
Okay.
steps out,
I
dries
know.
himself with shape water, and dresses quickly. Well, Snow goes to do it. Quick dress.
Snug opens the door, and the heavy footfalls of plate mail.
Again.
And yeah,
Annoyed.
he says, It's the second time I've had to get you from the bathhouse.
Well, if you
It's
wish to
usually-
join us, all you need to do is ask.
it's the best room in the hut.
I'm assuming he seems unmoved by my joke.
He does. It's just a cold steel expression.
But you said you had to come and get us from here. Who does Baba Yaga want us?
None other.
Right. Well,
Which
we at
other-
least have a bit of a nap first. I'm pretty tired, Knight. I've done a lot of work today.
Hmm.
You're going to need it. Baba Yaga says that you are worthy of the trial of the elements, Ember Cinderborn.
What are you talking about?
is this the room that is? Well, wait. What is the trial of the elements, and why am I not
I
worthy?
don't
I'm
know.
water.
You can all go.
Oh,
It is, in a sense, a reward for Ember.
Oh. Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
Elements.
that's the trial. But
Yeah.
if we can pass trial, I imagine it will grant Ember greater power of the elements. My guess, based on the name.
I've already undergone enough trials. It's about time she just gives
It's
me
not
what
a
I've
trial for
earned.
her. It's a trial for yourself.
Why do I have to go a trial? Screw that! This whole ordeal's been a trial. I've been working. This is
Testing one's abilities is how you achieve greater heights. And he clenches his
What are you,
gauntlet
Derek?
tighter. No, that is simply the law of all power. You must
Oh.
break the ceiling to higher heights. And he turns on his heel and says, I'll give you a minute. And that is where we'll end tonight's session. As
oh,
Oh, so
you have
polite.
been, been summoned once again, but seems like this one's going to be a shorter-ish rendezvous, seeing as she probably has lots of preparations to do. But Ember, you have access finally to that chamber guarded by those draconic-looking hounds.
I do.
It is indeed the trial of the elements. We shall see if you can overcome and finally, perhaps earn your treasure that you've been looking for.
Interesting.
Oh, Ember,
That
you're so
it's
close.
actually
I
it's
did
kind
not
it's
think that was coming. Okay.
it's actually kind of funny because it was going to be one of the rooms that Eridanis suggested we try to rob because it's guarded. If we did turn against them, so now we're just getting
Eridanis
in
is
the-
like little bandit, man.
Well, Eridanis is like at this point, if we're gonna go against her, steal the resources so that we can turn them against her.
Yes, I like it.
He's just been considering this the entire time. Like, if we have to turn against her, how do I get that?
Trial of the elements. I wonder what.
You shall see, my friend, and it's it's tricky, but it'll be fun. Anyway, we're gonna sign off here, so
Yep.
we'll see you next week, and tune in on Monday tomorrow for
Where we
What
find
Lies
out
Beneath.
what lies
What
beneath.
lies beneath?
area.
And of course, join us Friday for
Roll for
the
story.
Clawed Coast.
Awful story. Awesome. Thanks very much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.